Hello. Warm enough so I can be outside tonight. Now we got the chicken here. We have anyone else here yet? We got someone else. It was about the upper 60s today. I think the high was 69 today. We had 71 yesterday. So let's have a few more nice days this week. I hope so. I'm ready for it. You only had 44 today, chicken? Yeah, I don't even know if we got down to 44 last night. Well, I'm going to bring our guest up now. Hello, the chicken.
Hi.
So kind of cool down there today?
Very cold. It's supposed to be like 29 tonight.
And we're supposed to be, I know the next week we don't have a day. It's supposed to be less than 40 at night. Yeah, we're right in the middle of a warm spell right now.
Yeah, it's gonna be real warm. I mean, real cold, but then it'll get up to like the 70s. For like a week.
Yes, Thursday's supposed to be our coldest night, 40. Then through Wednesday, it's supposed to be upper 60s, low 70s, and then drop back in the 50s during the day.
Yeah.
Well, even that's not bad for here, for this time of the year. Hello, Lloyd. Hello, Tom.
Usually about this time of year, we usually get temperatures dropping into about like 36 at night. But this is a little excessive because it's supposed to be 19 in a couple days at night.
And normally, we're getting a frost or a freeze almost every night. We really haven't had a lot of cold nights this year. Our coldest was 29, and we've had several nights that got into the 30s, but nothing extreme for this time of the year, that's for sure. Hello, Jay Marie. Yeah. Good to have you here.
Still no snow yet, though.
No, we haven't had any either. They're predicting it one day last week, rain mixed with snow, but it was just a few degrees warmer than they expected, so they took it right out of the forecast. That's fine with me.
I don't
Tiny Farm Nuggets.
If we get snow around this time of year, we're screwed because we have a lot of trees that still have leaves on them. And if we get, I don't know, since it's around this time of year, it's going to be really wet snow. If we get, I don't know, like 4 inches of that, it's going to bring down a lot of branches. And I don't want to repeat of 2011.
Yep. I know what you mean there. Hello, Radio Man. Good to have you here.
It's 84 in Texas now.
I'll take it.
It was about that yesterday. It was like 81 yesterday, but then it dropped into the 30s that night. It got real warm yesterday. You could go outside with t-shirts and shorts. It was one of those get outside and work on your garden days. And then at night it was like cold and you could feel it dropping.
Yep, I know what you mean there. I'm just looking for my thermometer here. We've got 56 right now. Like I was saying earlier, it hit 69 earlier today.
They hit about like 50. Right now it's 38.
With that temperature here, I wouldn't be doing my live outside. This is the first live I've done outside in probably a month. I think a couple of weeks ago on my surprise live was in the middle of the afternoon. I did that out here. you have anything you wanted to mention about your channel, or?
So yeah, nothing really big yet, but I will say that like recently, like I be posting shorts and they be getting views. Like I saw that on one of your videos the other day, right? You know, you got like 2,000 views or something like that. That's happening to me a lot, almost every day at this point. Like I remember it used to not be like a normal thing. Like if I would get 100 views, I'd be happy. And now all of a sudden I'm getting 1,000 views per video per day. So it's starting to make me feel like, you know, I might actually do good in the
That's
future,
good.
but that's a long way away. Yeah, that's all I had to mention, but on to you. So how's your channel been this week?
I gained quite a few subscribers over the weekend. I
Yeah,
spent all of last week going between 397 and 403. As soon as I went over 400, they knocked me back that night. I actually hit 400 subscribers 6 consecutive days last week. And then I put a short out Friday, I think it was. Got 8 subscribers from that short, and that put me far enough over 400 that I think I'm going to stay above 400 now. I've got 421 subscribers now, I believe it is.
yeah. They have done that to me a lot. YouTube does me dirty a lot. Like sometimes like I be posting a video. I remember not a long time ago I posted a video. I got up to I would think I went from like what was it? I think I went from like 580, no 575 to like 602. But then they pushed me back down to 585 the next day. So when I woke up, I
Yep.
was back down to 585. Didn't notice it, just that I gained like 10 subscribers instead of like 20 or something like that. And then by the time the next day rolled around, I posted another short, got me up to about 600. But then I woke up the next day, I was back down to 599. I finally hit 600 the other day though. But it's constantly fluctuating across our channels because we post a short and it gets a lot of views. Like I could post a short right now, it gets 6,000 views and 200 likes. I'd come back the next day, I might be at like 620, and then I come back the next day, I'd be at like 605. No, not 605, I'd probably be more like 615. And the likes would go all the way down. Like sometimes you post a short, you get a lot of likes, and they remove half of them for some reason. I don't know if that's happened to you before. Like you maybe get a short, gets 150 likes, and just goes back down magically to like 105. I don't know if that's ever happened to you, but that always happens to me.
I've never noticed a big decrease, but I have noticed a decrease. But I think what they do, you know how the dislikes don't show up? I think
Yeah.
if you get a dislike, that takes one away from a like. So
I
let's
don't
say you
know.
got 100 likes and then someone hits dislike. I think that puts you back to 99 likes. I think that's the way they do it.
Don't know, but like because like I posted a short, I got 3 likes and 1 dislike on it, and like I remember it was at 3, and then it went to 1, and it didn't push it back down to 2. It just kept it at 3. So what I think happens is like let's just say you upload a short, gets I don't know 100 likes and 20 dislikes or something like that. They be rolling that number back because you received them so quickly. They're like, whoa, what is happening here? And they're like, oh, someone hits dislike, and they're like, it might go down to like 80 likes and 5 dislikes. Sometimes it does that. Had a video get 60 likes and 14 dislikes. By the next day, it was at 55 likes and 2 dislikes. They be pushing back everything.
They got funny ways of doing things.
Yeah, and yet that doesn't happen with long videos. Like that only happens with shorts. So I could get a video, get 100 likes on and 10 dislikes on shorts, gets like I don't know, maybe like, and it just goes back down to like 80 likes and 5 dislikes. But then I get 100 likes and 10 dislikes on a long video, and it just stays that way until something happens with the video, and it either goes up. I don't know why that happens, but it just happens on shorts for me. I don't know about you. Because
A lot of funny stuff happens.
I now find a lot more success with short form content on my channel, so that's a constant thing I have to deal with. Like I have to get to at least, like if I hit like 100 likes, I want to get at least 130 so I can stay in that 100 like range. And also, I also constantly have to deal with low like counts for views. Like I don't know if you've ever had to deal with this, but like you get 1,000 views and only like 15 likes. And what I'm trying to aim for here is 1,000 views and like 30 likes. But like I
Yeah, I get
constantly had to
some that
go.
are very high views and very few likes. It makes me wonder sometimes.
I think
Want to say
that's
hello?
like
I need to say hello to a couple people here. I want to say hello to MK Show TV Love 3 times. And hello to Freedom Frog Gear. I appreciate you being here. Okay, sorry for interrupting the chicken.
it's okay. Yeah, like that would always be happening. And hang on, I don't even remember what I was talking about. But yeah. But yeah, they'd be like, oh, low like counts. I have a video got 1,600 views and only 13 likes, but 7 dislikes on it. And like I'd be remembering like that video got such a low like count that like I was like, what even happened? And it checks. And I remember one time I had a video get 1.4 thousand likes, and it showed it got 1.4 thousand views, and it only showed 5 likes. But when I clicked on YouTube Studio, it said 87 likes somehow, and it just stayed at 5 likes for like a week before it started moving up. I don't know what happened, but that happened to me
Yeah,
once.
I've noticed there's always a difference between what it's showing on your channel and then when you go into studio, the numbers are always different.
Yeah,
The views, the likes, everything is different.
like I'd be posting a video, get on the thing and say like 300 views, but then I click on the thing and I'm impressed because it says 1,000 views on it. Like they have to
Yeah.
like wait for that. Like especially when I've seen people get a huge amount of views. Like sometimes I'd be watching shorts and I find someone that has like, I don't know, 30 likes in a video and 1,000 views. I come back 30 minutes later, it says it still has like, I don't know, 3,000 views, but it says it has like 3,000 likes on it. So it'll take a while for that stuff to start piling in. Never had that happen to me, but I'm hoping it'll happen to me, and I'm hoping it'll happen to everyone that wants to grow their channel like that. And then by the next day, it'll show maybe like 100,000 views.
Yeah, the number of views on the shorts seems to be all over the place.
Yeah.
I've got
Um,
one that's over 2,500, but then I've got a couple that are in the double digits.
yeah. It goes. It is really weird. Like I be posting a video, maybe I just title it chicken, and every time I title it chicken, it always gets views. Like almost always gets 1,000 views. Chickens has a less substantial chance of getting that, but it still does the trick. But if I put like another like 2 words on the title, it just magically doesn't get any views. And it also happens that like you have to keep people on, so I constantly have to think about, oh, I need to make my shorts 6 or 8 seconds, or I have to spend like a lot of time editing something together. My most viewed short actually is like a 30-second short, but that's because I sat down and actually put that thing together. It took me a while to edit that thing, but I finally got that thing together and all sorted out, and that got about 8,000 views. I remember I checked throughout the day. Post day was at 30 views. It wasn't getting any views. Typical. And then I remember I come back. It started to get like 100, 200, 300, 400. And then right before, and then I just like, and I have to leave for like 20 minutes. And right before I leave, I'm at 3,000 views and 70 likes. And then I come back. I'm now all of a sudden at 7,500 views. And it goes up until it's about 7.9 thousand. In fact, even if you go to my channel right now, you just click sort by most popular, and it's the most one posted about a week ago, actually.
Yeah, I had a short I posted the other day, and first 5-10 minutes I checked, and it was like 3, 4, 5 views, something like that. And then I didn't think about it for a little while. I think it was 35 minutes later I checked. It was over 1,000 views.
Yeah. Sometimes it'll take. Sometimes like as soon as I put that thing out, it'll go. Like sometimes like usually as soon as I post, I usually get about 20 views. I think it's like people coming in, and then usually after like 10 minutes or like 5 minutes, if it's like usually also gets 23 views, I come back 5 minutes later, it's at 30 views. It'll just steadily go up, and like after like 10 minutes, it'll be at like 400. Or sometimes what happens is like I take a break. Like once, one of my most popular shorts called Chicken, my first one. I remember I just sat down, put that thing together after the first 15 minutes, still at 20 views. And then, you know what, I take a break. I think I was watching one of your videos, and once I finished it up, I checked on the video, it was at 400. And then I don't think about it. I go outside, I come back, I'm like, oh, this is just getting 2 views. And for some reason, every time I say that, that always just gets it more views for some reason. Don't know why, but every time I say, oh, this is probably just getting 2 views, I come back in, it's at 3,000.
Yeah, I still haven't got the shorts figured out because I was taking a look at it. In fact, earlier today, trying to figure out what I should do shorts on. I've only done one on my cats. That did real good. I've done 2 on the geese. One of them did real good. The other didn't do so good. I've done a couple on the pigs, and one of them did fair, and the other one didn't do good at all. And on the chickens, some of them are halfway decent, and I had one that was real good. So I'm not sure what I should do.
So sometimes to come up with views, you need to like come up with video ideas. What you need to do is like you might want to take inspiration. So like it's like maybe you can use my channel as reference, but you could use any other person you know that makes similar content to you that does get views on shorts. And what you could do is you could check their channel, see what does good. Maybe this video, maybe their first short got 20 views, but then you check their second short and it's 2,000. And you need to see what they implemented in that video, see what it's about, and see what you can do sort of to make a similar video, make a similar title. And for some reason, like YouTube Shorts, it's all about titles. Like you be watching a video, this is like, let's just say you call it, I don't know, something, just a random title, and then if I like change it to like anything, like it's not getting any views, and I like all of a sudden change it to like the same thing that got views, so all of a sudden it's getting views. I don't know why, but it always happens.
Sure does. Hello, Traveling Merton and Sue. Then I saw someone else that wasn't in here before. Hello, RG Arizona Homestead. Thank you, everyone, for coming. My guest right now is the chicken. If you have any questions for him or any questions for me, just let me know. We're just having a little fun tonight. And any of you that's wondering, my generator's running better now. Still not perfect. It's not putting out as much power as it should, but it's definitely much better than it was. So I can use that to full use now. Whatever I need to plug into it, I just can't plug multiple things into it. Like I tried my air fryer and hot plate at the same time, which it should be able to handle. It'd be 3,000 watts, but it stalled it. But if I use one or the other, it's fine. And I should have the rest of the parts for my lawn tractor tomorrow. They're in New York State now, so there shouldn't be any problem with them getting here by tomorrow like they're supposed to. Thank you, RG Arizona Homestead. Just checking to see if I missed any questions here. Sometimes I start running my mouth and then don't pay attention to what's going on. Yeah, I think I got everyone. If I missed anyone's question, whatever, just post it again, please. Yep, that's exactly what I've noticed. RG Arizona Homestead. There's there doesn't seem to be any consistency. I'm new at this. I put my first video out July 15th, so I'm trying to figure out what way to lean more, but like I said, it's just hit and miss. I've had a couple videos that I really thought were terrible. And I had comments, great video, best video you've ever put out. So must be other people are seeing them different than I do. Hello, Rebecca. Good to have you here. I've wore your hat a couple times. Now we're getting a week of warm weather, so I'm happy for that. But I'm glad I had that put on when I was waiting for the bus to go to physical therapy the other morning. It was chilly. Anyone got any questions for either Dick Chicken or myself?
It might take a little bit. It might take a little bit, like what you just said, to get to the thing. Like, there's always a delay, so questions might roll in. I don't know.
Yeah. If anyone wants to drop your channel link, just type King. Anyone's more than welcome to do that at any time.
I'm just testing it out real quick to make sure it works. There we go, it works. Because like I sometimes type that stuff in the chat and it doesn't work, and like I make an embarrassment out of myself knowing that I just typed something incorrectly.
Yeah, I'm thinking maybe Merton Sue, you're going to have to type it in again. Because sometimes if two people type it in too quick together, it will only pick up one of them. There you go. You see you got a question there with the chicken? Someone's asking what part of the country you're in.
Alright, so I'm in New England. So, I live in northwestern Connecticut. I live in Litchfield County, Connecticut, near New York. About maybe a 5-minute drive from New York. Don't know how to describe it, but I am, I don't know, maybe like 15 miles outside of, what's it called? Keep forgetting that city name. It's about 15 miles outside of like North Cannon, so maybe like, so it's really close to the border, like a 5 or 10 minute drive from New York, so I'm just about there. I'm just about at New York. I've been living here since 2018, but I did grow up. I lived my life until I was about 10 years old in the Bronx area, but now I live up here in the actual New England instead of like New York. I grew up in the Bronx area of New York, and now I'm here. Still near that, probably like a 2.5 hour drive from Bronx, but still. Not far from us in Massachusetts. Yeah, I'm close there. I'm also about maybe probably more like a 15 or 20 minute drive from the Massachusetts border. About 15 or 20 minutes north.
I never realized you were that close to the New York border. I never knew exactly where in Connecticut you were from.
The only thing I'll say about my area of Connecticut is that up here, it's very boring. Just like the entire state of Connecticut. Like, there's nothing really to do here. There's no, like, national attractions or something here. There's no big cities. There's nothing that's gonna be, like, nothing really cool about the state. It's just a normal, like, state that people always forget exists. I live up here. And, yeah, I'm forced to live up here because, well, that's, like, the only place that has, like, actually good land for us to buy. We looked at some land back in, I think it was 2015, so I was like 6 at the time. We looked at maybe 7. I can't remember. Can't remember what time of 2015 this was. But we looked at some land at what's it called? We looked at some land up in like Michigan, and we tried to buy that land, but it didn't work. So if we actually bought that land, this would have been a lot different. But yeah, I will say, living up here, there's nothing really much to do. I don't know about you. I don't know how much there's to do in your area of New York, but up here there's like nothing to do. Yes, I did say canon.
I've always found a lot of people say our area is boring, but I've always found enough to do because I was brought up here and you went out into the woods, fished, just played in the woods, stuff as a kid. That was
Yeah.
entertainment. So that's what I got used to. But I know in school there'd be kids that would come from a city area, suburban area, and well, there's nothing to do around here. Well, what do
Yeah.
you mean? You can go out in the wood, you can fish, you can build a fort out behind your house, and just
Mhm.
all kinds of stuff for me to do. But other ones, because there wasn't anything commercial to do, they found
Yeah.
it very boring.
My area, you can go fishing, but like my property, the only good fishing spot is like a stream. In that area of the stream, it's like it ran dry this summer, not because of the drought, but because there was a damn beaver there, and it made a dam behind the pond where the thing begins, and yeah, it would. And unfortunately, we haven't yet got the rain that would break the dam, so we can't even go crayfishing on our farm. But we can take a walk out in the woods. We can we can go out there. We can go out there with the chickens. That's especially where I'm at. That's my source of entertainment here. Watching the chickens, gardening, tending and caring for the chickens. That's what I find entertaining out here. But a lot of people in my town do complain about, oh, this is boring. This town sucks, and like everyone's like, oh, this town's so boring. I'm like, oh, I'm just out here, just outside with my chickens, doing my garden, doing farm work. It's okay. It's just like there's not a lot commercially out to do, like you said. There's nothing like a lot that you have to do out here. There's just not much commercially because there's like 3 businesses in like the entire like 20-mile radius of where I live.
Hello, Nicole.
Welcome to the
Hello,
chat.
Michael's Adventures. Good to have everyone here. I appreciate it. If you have any questions for either one of us, go ahead and ask.
There are lots of old homesteads in your state. Yeah, there is. My area of the state, there's not a lot. But I've heard about people out there in northeastern areas of the state. Those people out there have a lot of homesteads. There's a lot of history out there in the northeastern part of the state. There are a couple of homesteads in my town, but like not as much. There's like I think there's like 4 properties in my town that have a lot of acreage. A lot of people would be envious of that. Yeah. A lot of people are looking to move out there and like they're looking out they want to move out to like the middle of nowhere. And up here, I mean, there are some properties, but like you'd find a lot more properties out in the northeastern part of the state. And I've never been to the northeastern part of the state, and I don't know what it looks like out there. But yeah.
Years ago, the area where I live, it was all small family farms, homesteads.
Yeah.
In fact, very small community where I grew up. My father said within just a couple mile radius of there, and that was back when they put the milk in milk cans and had to come pick up the milk cans. He said they would have a full load within just a couple miles. And they'd have to take that to the milk plant and then go back and get more. At the time, he told me years ago, I could have told you how much milk that was. I forgot now, but I remember him saying there was just a farm in that area right there. It'd be a full load of milk. Thank you for posting those links, Nicole. I appreciate it.
Just shared the thing out of my community tab. Just shared out the video. You might see a notification, I don't know.
I guess checking some stuff on my other laptop. Got YouTube playing on that, so I can kind of keep track of stuff.
Yeah,
that's what it used to be here in upstate New York. Farms all over the place. The only reason we have any farms here now is because the Amish moving in now. And that's only been within the past 15 years. But there's not hardly any of the original farms left. Very few. Oh, Radio Man, what did I do to fix the generator? You're not going to believe this. The gasket that goes between the carburetor and the engine got folded over when I put the carburetor on. So it was sucking in air. I thought it may have been sucking in air. And sure enough, I figured that out yesterday. The carburetor came with 3 gaskets where you only needed 2 of them. And one of them seemed to be an exact fit. And the other 2, they were just universal gaskets that really didn't fit right. So what I did, I wanted to fold it over, got rid of that, and used the other gasket that didn't really fit just right, but I made sure that it was on there right and didn't get damaged when I pushed the carburetor on, and started it up, and it was running. Here's the big turkey farm not far from here.
There are some turkey farms in my town, but like not a lot of them, because turkeys are a lot less popular in my town for some reason than like other towns. Like even we don't do turkeys, we might do some in the future. But for now we are not doing like turkeys just because like we don't have like the time. I don't know, do you have any turkeys on your farm? Because if you do, I might take some tips and get some in the future. But right now, there's none. I don't know.
When I first moved here, my landlord had a turkey, and she died that winter, and he hasn't got any turkeys. Well, actually, I shouldn't say he didn't get any turkeys. He did get some turkeys last year, but his dog got loose when they were just a few days old and killed every one of them.
Oh, shit, what was that? Sorry about that. There's something in the background in my area. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, I'm mixing up a cup of coffee here now. If you're wondering what I'm doing, I got my hot plate out here. I brought my coffee pot out, made some coffee, and
My coffee machine's broken. It broke like 2 weeks ago. I haven't had my morning coffee since then.
yeah, I can't go about my coffee.
I
Yeah, a
mean,
couple
when I go to school, I used to be able to bring my coffee to school, but like their new rules sucked because like you can't bring in like you have to bring in decaffeinated coffee, and that's not the type of coffee I like. They're like, oh, you have to bring in decaffeinated coffee, or else we're gonna like take it from you, and you're not gonna get it back, man. I'm like, nah, I want my morning coffee. I don't like decaffeinated coffee, and they're like, not too bad. So yeah, I'm not. I now have to drink it quickly because I have to get up at like 5:30 to catch my bus at like 6, and I have like barely any time to prepare and get all that stuff together. So yeah, I don't usually have time for my morning coffee, and plus my coffee
I
machine
know
broke.
what you mean there.
The caffeinated
Yeah,
coffee is awful.
I've kind of gotten away from coffee first thing in the morning because in order to make the coffee, I have to go start the generator up, and I don't feel like going out and starting the generator up as soon as I get up in the morning.
Mm. You
If anyone's
seem
wondering, that it is a Christmas mug. I bought it at Dollar General after Christmas a couple years ago. About 3 years ago, I think it was. It was, I think, like 50 cents because it was after Christmas. And that's been my main coffee mug ever since. I use it year round.
when I got this place, it came with an old generator, and I was able to get it to work for 4 years till it finally died for good. Yeah, my place came with a generator too, but we can't fix it. I don't know if it's fixable. It's like a World War II generator. There was just left on our farm. It was just rusty. We might get around to fixing it. We actually discovered it while you're digging a hole a couple years ago for the barn. We actually discovered the generator, and yeah, it had a lot of work to do on it, but we could possibly work on it. Don't know when it was used, but based on the rust and stuff, it was probably used sometime in like the 50s or 60s. But it looks like it was like made sometime in like the late 30s or early 40s. So it was a really old thing. Yeah.
I bought my generator brand new 3.5 years ago. It's been a good generator up until this year, but
Yeah.
I think it's on its way out.
We also bought another generator when we discovered that the power outages here kind of suck. We got it, I think, last year for Hurricane Henry or whatever it's called. We got that because it was supposed to knock out the power here, and didn't. So we've just had the generator sitting there just in case, if we get a windstorm that knocks out the power, we can just go out there, turn on the generator, get everything to work.
That's a good idea.
But like it's like that type of generator. You have to go out there and you have to turn it on. And just like any other generator, of course, you can't run stuff like ovens or dryers. And plus, if the power's out, it also probably took out the internet cable. So yeah, there would be no internet either if like the power's out because like a tree hit the line.
No internet would kill me.
Same
I'm
thing.
on YouTube so much now that I don't know what I would do if I had to go even a day without being able to get on YouTube.
And that was me back in late August. I think it was like the 23rd or the 24th. We had lightning. Lightning bolt struck a tree in our yard. I was right there standing in the doorstep and I just watched it strike a tree. It made me jump, but I was just fine. And then yeah, we also saw a pop in like the living room. That's where we have our internet and stuff. And so I was forced to go without YouTube for 2 days. The only time I would go on YouTube would be to turn on my data because I'm unlimited data. and I would upload a video because, like, of course, I've been daily uploading for how many ever days ago February 11th was.
That's quite a few.
That was 254 days. My goal is to keep it going for over 365 days, maybe up to maybe 400. I want to keep it going for as long as possible, but since I was on strict limited data, since I didn't want to waste it, I wasn't on YouTube that much. The only time I would go was to like upload the videos, and that was it. That was like the only time I would go on, and maybe to check its performance, maybe like 30 minutes later. And one of the videos I uploaded got 600 views, and then after that, nothing really happened. The next few days just went uneventful, and then we finally got the internet to work after like a lot of different tries with like routers, and the whole like area where the router was on was destroyed. We had to get like a whole new stuff, and it was awful. And then at the end of the week, lightning struck the same place again. This time it also damaged my computer that time, but the internet was just fine. I don't know how. But still, I I usually I'm on YouTube every maybe like hour or two for like up to an hour. So I'm spend like an hour outside, an hour on my computer, and then go outside again for like an hour. The only time I'd usually spend a lot of time was if I was trying to like, complete like homework because I'm 14, I still have to do a lot of homework at night, and like when I have to sit down and do all this work, it's painful, and like whenever I'm just sitting down to do homework, I'm like, can I please go outside? But like, nah, I have to spend. Sometimes I get 2 hours a night. Sometimes I only get 45 minutes a night. And tomorrow I'm gonna have no homework because they don't dole out that stuff on half days. But tomorrow's hopefully gonna be a better day because I can get a lot more done tomorrow. And I still have to do a project. There's a project due for me on I think it's the 31st. Big project. I have to complete it. I'm barely beginning on it. It's scaring me. Very scary because like I have to get all that done.
I
And
remember
yeah,
those days.
I am someone who
Hello,
gets started
Estella.
on stuff really late. I always get started on stuff too late.
Good to have you here, Estella. Um, RG Arizona. I never thought about using apple cider vinegar, but I know that would work because I had a toilet that I cleaned with vinegar. I was thinking, well, if vinegar will clean a coffee pot, get the hard water deposits off it and stuff, why wouldn't it do the same thing for a toilet? And it does. At apple cider vinegar, we've got a lot of good benefits, that's for sure. The internet's not bad here. Right now, I'm using the neighbors. They've got Spectrum. I'm using that. And then when I'm inside, I can't pick it up. And I'm using the hotspot on my phone. It's it's coming off from the T-Mobile towers. My provider is actually Assurance Wireless, but they use T-Mobile. And that seems coming really good. I think there's actually a book out there of different things you can use apple cider vinegar for. I've seen it before. I'll have to search on Amazon later for that because I'm pretty sure I've seen a book on Amazon that's just different uses for apple cider vinegar.
crap, there's a fox out there. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm just making sure I didn't miss anything here. Okay, if anyone's got any questions, go ahead and ask. I know we've got some new people here. I've picked up quite a few subscribers lately, so some of you might not know my history. So if anyone's got any questions, just let me know. I didn't think it would ever happen, but I finally got over 400 subscribers. I'm up to 421 now. They kept bouncing me from 399 to 403 for a week straight. I went above 400 for 6 consecutive days. That night, they would drop me back again. Well, I want to welcome you here, Michael's Adventures. I don't remember seeing you here before. And well, you have a great night also, Merton and Sue. So as I was saying, if you got any questions for me, just go ahead. Even if it's not already covered, I'll go ahead and cover it again. Thank you, Jay Marie.
Sorry about that. Just had to go out there and deal with a fox in my yard. He was medium-sized. I scared it off, got it away from the chickens, and chickens are fine. Counted them all. Everyone was there. Everyone should have been there, and yeah, I gotta go do it in maybe like 15 minutes. But fox, I managed to scare it off. I don't know if you've had to deal with foxes before. Like I know we talked about this on Thursday, but that was a couple days ago. I don't know if you've seen any foxes since, but I just had to deal with one.
As far as I know, there hasn't been any foxes around here. The guy across the road says he's pretty sure he saw a fox a couple weeks ago. He said it would, but we normally have red foxes around here. And he said this was gray. And even he said you normally don't see gray foxes, so he's not 100% sure. But he said it had a big bushy gray tail, and it was about the size of a fox. So not 100% sure.
Yes, I do RG Arizona Homestead. I do have some game cameras set up, and I've captured a lot with them actually too. I've got, I think there's about like 7 or 8 foxes on my farm, maybe like 20 or 30 coyotes, a couple, maybe like 20 bobcats, and probably a couple hundred deer on the farm. A lot of deer. And for all y'all hunters out there, it's a good thing because y'all hunters out there, and we actually used to have some past hunters on our farm, and the tree stands are still there. So what I'll do is I'll go up there, see what type of wildlife we have, and like I'd be like, wow, this is cool, and I'll see what type of wildlife we had. I got fox the other week. Saw a fox the other week. I saw deer. I saw a hawk. I saw a lot of birds and a lot of squirrels. But once I've saw a couple coyotes dart under me before and a couple foxes, I'm always out there. I'm usually out there a couple times a week. And I'll see what we have. And last time I was out there, a lot of coyotes out there. Like you could have heard them howling from like a mile away. They were close. They're probably like maybe 70 feet from me. So I had to wait for them to leave, and then I left the tree stand. That was fine.
I had something here last night. I'm not sure what it was. Right now, I'm sitting about 50 feet from where my chickens are. And this was much later than this. It was probably 10, 11 o'clock. All of a sudden, Earl, my barred rock rooster, set off the alarm. He started crowing and crowing and crowing. and shine my flashlight over there, couldn't see anything. Then a minute or two later, I could hear something over that direction. Shine a flashlight over again, still couldn't see anything, so I'm not sure what it was. It didn't get to the chickens or anything, so I wasn't too concerned, but there was something there.
Did you hear anything there? Like, did you hear like rustling or movement, or did you just hear your roosters going, just screaming?
I heard something walking through the leaves. It sounded like a small animal.
So possibly like a cat or a fox or something small, maybe a fisher cat.
It didn't sound like anything too big.
Fisher cats,
And
they're small, so something small, maybe a raccoon, a possum, something small. Let's see, we have a lot of foxes around your area, I bet. There's something. It had to be something because, well, I don't know how your rooster might have picked up about it. It had to be something. I don't know how your rooster managed to pick up about it. Did he just like hear like rustling? Like,
it had to be something close enough to the coop so he knew it was there.
yeah.
Because he let out 6, 7 crows. And like I said, I didn't see anything. Then a few minutes later, I heard something. Just heard something walking through the leaves. But still couldn't see what it was. And yes, we do have raccoons around here. In fact, a raccoon got several of my landlord's chickens and his duck this past summer. And I had a raccoon chasing one of my chickens one night. She keeps escaping. I'm gonna get my new run finished up so she can't get out, and then I'm gonna grab her and put her in there, and then she'll be locked in then. But I heard her screaming one night because I couldn't find her to put her in the coop that night. I looked out the door, and there was a raccoon right on her tail. But she got away from him. I threw something out the door at the raccoon, and apparently it distracted him just enough so she had a second to get away.
I probably wouldn't be going out there throwing stuff at raccoons. I'd probably be throwing a lot of stuff at that raccoon. I'd be chasing that thing down. Because I'm not letting anything go near my chickens. I'd be running at that thing, I'd be screaming at that thing, I'd be throwing everything I could find at it. But yeah, I've actually had to deal with a lot of raccoons in my area. And they are everywhere. In fact, there was actually a baby raccoon on our farm, and it was like very distressed, and we had to help it out because I think it was like nearly hit by a car or something. I don't know, but we didn't want to get rabies. We just helped it out a little bit and got it back to where it was. And yeah, that was a couple of years ago, but still that that raccoon just kept coming back to the farm, and like until we actually found out where it was from, so we brought it back to there. But I was worried about the chickens, so we had to keep a close eye out on the chickens. Yeah. I don't know if you've ever had to deal with a younger raccoon, but like that raccoon, like what it would do is like I saw it on the road that day, probably almost hit by a car. We managed to get that thing out, and it got onto the property, defended the chickens, everything. But I've never had to deal with a full-size raccoon on our farm. Hopefully not yet. I didn't. Hang on. You have raccoons, possums, armadillo, and fox in our area, as well as deer. I don't know if armadillo and deer will hurt chickens, but possums and raccoons, yeah, they will. They will get your chickens just for sport too. Like you could like a chicken could be killed by a raccoon, and you just find it there. And raccoons, they decapitate it too, and that must have been a painful death for that poor chicken because raccoons, they will decapitate the chickens and just leave it there for sport because they think it's cool, and even though it's not.
And we didn't find any bodies when my landlord's chickens disappeared, but there was a lot of blood and there was raccoon tracks in the mud. So that's how we know it was a raccoon.
I remember a while ago when we had that fox attack. There was like no blood anywhere. It was just feathers and the chickens, we found one of their bodies, but 3 of them we never found. And I remember the first time we've had a big fox attack, I found a part of one of our silver Wyandottes, and that's pretty much it. A lot of feathers from the 2 Wyandottes, though. It's the young fox. It pounced on the chicken, probably caused a painful death to the 2 Wyandottes, but for the Black Copper Marin and the Buff Orpington, there had to be no pain for those 2 because we didn't find anything with those 2. I don't know if they were carried away or they got away, because there's a chance that those 2 chickens got away and were starved outside in the wildlife somehow. I mean, that could happen, but I don't know if you've ever had a chicken go missing and then come back. I don't know if that's ever happened to you, though.
Actually, not to me personally, but my landlord had a few chickens that his dog chased away, and not many of them, most of them never came back, but he had a couple of them that would come back. One came back the next day. I think the longest he had one gone was 4 days, and then that chicken came back.
And I remember back in mid-2021, it was early July, on July the 1st, 2021, we had one of our Easter eggers, we didn't find it in the flock. I went missing. She went missing. I searched for her for a while, didn't find anything. The next day she was gone, and I was like, yeah, she's definitely dead. And then I thought like maybe like a fox or raccoon got her. But then I come back maybe like the next day, wake up, and she comes flying out of the bushes. She's soaking wet, and all the other chickens are dry. So, and I don't know where she was, but she came flying out of the bushes as soon as my rooster started walking up there. We got her out of there, we dried her off, and yeah, she was fine. But well, I don't know what happened. I don't know how the chicken managed to like escape the yard like that.
Thanks for coming in, Bacon Leg, and Let's Dig It. And everyone, Bacon Leg and Let's Dig It Homestead, we're going live at 9 o'clock tonight. They're a new subscriber to me. Well, actually, I'm a new subscriber to them also. So you could go check them out at 9 o'clock. We'd both appreciate it. I'll make the moth wait for me. I think it's hurting me, just irritating me. Our biggest things around here are raccoons, deer. You don't really see a lot of possums, a few. And you don't see a lot of foxes, but they are around. But foxes like to stay hidden. And coyotes is one of the biggest things around here. They haven't bothered the chickens, but you can hear them and they don't sound like they're far away. In fact, there's been a night or two I've been sitting out here and they've sounded so close, I decided I'm going inside for the night. Yeah, we had a skunk here earlier this summer. I smelled a skunk one night, and then a couple nights later, just before dark, I saw one walking across the yard. He kept right on going though, so that was a good thing. We don't have a lot of bobcats around here. There's an occasional one. Not hardly any mountain lions at all. I've only heard of 2 or 3 mountain lion sightings in this area my whole life. A lot of hawks, owls, and Fortunately, snakes haven't been too bad. I did see 3 snakes this summer. I wish weren't around. They were quite large. Each one of them was, and one of them might have been the same one that I saw twice. I'm not sure, but the other one definitely was a different one because it was completely different colors. And each one of them was about 4 feet long. Well, I've seen quite a few that were 6 inches to 18 inches. Yeah, the coyotes, I hear here, they're not far. If I had to guess at a distance just hearing them, I would say sometimes they're within 1,000 feet. Usually not that close, but there's been a couple times that they haven't been that far. And I know Nicole's been good about dropping links, but if anyone would like to have your link dropped, type in King and Nightbot will take care of that for you.
All right, I gotta go care for the chickens, and after that, well, I have some other things to do tonight. So I just want to say thank you for having me on tonight, man. That's a pleasure to have you
Not
on.
a problem. Thanks for
Yeah.
being on. I appreciate
If
it.
you want to join any of my streams, the invite link should always be in the chat. And if it's not, you can tell me, and I'll probably drop it in the chat because we'll always have an open stream for anyone to join. Anyone that wants to join can join the streams on my end at least. And I have all the streams planned out. Usually I don't do pop-up streams, but occasionally I will. But yeah, thanks for having me on, man. That was a pleasure being on. And yeah, I gotta do some homework and stuff and work on the project and with the chickens. So yeah, see you in the future, man. Look forward to your new videos.
Okay. You have a good night, the chicken.
You too.
It's good to have you on. Go ahead and check out the chicken. I know he dropped his link earlier. I like him. He's really working to get his channel built up. He's a teenager. He's doing good. Yeah, I kind of like hearing coyotes if they're way off in the distance. I just don't like to hear them when they're too close. That's my only problem. There's the chicken's link. If anyone would like to check him out, I'm sure he would appreciate it. Will anyone have any questions for me? Any topics you want me to hit on? I was saying earlier that the rest of the parts for the lawn tractor are in New York State now. So they should be here tomorrow, no problem. Then I can get the parts put on that. So we'll steer better. And then once I get some front tires for it, it should be in really good shape then. Both front tires are completely bald. But I think once I get the alignment straightened out on it, that's going to help a lot with that. I've been trying not to make too many trips with it. I want to try to save those tires. I didn't realize how expensive they were. They are very expensive. Try getting some used ones from local scrap dealer, but he didn't have any. In fact, I was gonna buy whole lawn tractor from him, but then the guy he was doing the cleanup for decided not to let it go, so he ended up not getting that. Well, I didn't get a lot done today. Been watching lives all day today. Had rig up a rope over the top of the table here so to hang my light up for tonight. Because if I don't have enough light, the camera shuts off on my laptop. Yes, J. Marie, that will make things much better. Because I've already noticed the difference. I haven't had to ride my bike in a week now. And I'm able to move around a lot better. I'm sleeping better at night now because I'm not as sore. It's really helping out. If someone gave it to him and it didn't need an awful lot done to it, so he said, well, I'm going to fix it up for you. You want to take it when you need to go to the store, go to the post office, whatever, go ahead. So that was really nice. And there's small independently owned grocery store about 4 or 5 miles from here that I never go to because it's a little bit too far to go on my bike. But when I get the lawn tractor in good shape, I'm going to go there. Their regular grocery items are a little bit high, so I probably won't buy much of that stuff there. But they have some real good prices on meat. And it's good meat, too. It's not like they have actual ground beef that they grind right there in the store. It's not the frozen patties that you go to Dollar General and get. And they have all different kinds of meat, steaks and roast, and they grind their own sausage. So I'm looking forward to that also. Could be nice to have some fresh meat instead of just having to buy the frozen stuff all the time. And it's warm enough so the bugs have come back out now. Got moths flying around here tonight, mosquitoes. But I'd rather take the bugs than the cold weather. This is really nice. Here it is, almost 8 o'clock at night, and we're still at 55 degrees. Last week, we weren't getting all the 40s during the day. So I'm glad for that. A couple things. Oh, yep, the bugs never die off. Almost forgot about this. The chick naming contest. I don't know if anyone else has any suggestions that's in the live now. But what I've had so far is Ace, Lucky, Rocky, and Georgie. And there also was another, it was Lucky, and I can't remember what the second name was. And I went back in the comments today to try to find it because I didn't write it down when I should have. And I couldn't find it. But I believe those are the only name suggestions that I've had. I should have had a pad sitting right next to me the whole time so I could write everything down immediately. I don't think there's... I know I can't do a YouTube poll because I don't have 500 subscribers. I don't think there's a poll on StreamYard. Okay, we've got a suggestion for Henrietta. Get my pen. My pen decided to take off on me. Oh, here it is. I'm 99% sure that it is a rooster. But I also had another suggestion here in case it does turn out to be a pullet. So okay. It is too young to tell for sure. But it's got a lot of barred rock in it because the feathering's all coming in, the barred rock feathering. And it's got the spot on its head that barred rocks have. And you can tell from that spot with 80% accuracy if it's male or female. And it had the large, undefined spot on its head. That's 80% of the time, that's a male. So that's what I'm going by. And its comb seems to be growing in pretty quick too. I don't know how many of you saw the clip I had in yesterday's video of them, but for 4 weeks old, that seems like the comb's really growing in fast. So that's kind of making me lean toward being a male also. So I think what we'll do is assume that it is a male, come up with a name for that, and then I've got 2 suggestions of female name. We'll do a secondary just in case. Oh, I didn't know about YouTube doing that to smaller channels. The last I heard, it was firm 500 subscribers or you couldn't get your community tab. I'm not too far from 500. I'm 421, I believe it is. Yes, 421. That'd be the ideal way to do it if they let me have that a little bit early. And also give more people a chance to vote. So maybe I'll wait on that, and And if that works out for me here shortly, then we can do that, because that would give a lot more people a chance to vote on it. So right now, for the rooster name, we've got Ace, Lucky, Rocky, Georgie, and Henry. And then the secondary, in case it does happen to turn out to be a female, we've got Gracie and Henrietta. And now finding out this new information about the community tab, I think I am going to hold off on that, even though I promised everyone I would have the contest tonight. Because we've only got 10 people in here to vote on it, and I know I've had people tell me they weren't going to be able to make the live tonight, so I would like to give everyone an opportunity to vote on it. So I'll hold off on that. I hope no one minds me doing that. Hello, Puroki. Good to have you here, JB. I appreciate it. We're just going to do the chick naming contest. And then I found out that they're starting to give out community tabs to channels with less than 500 subscribers. And I've got 421 subscribers, so I'm hoping that maybe I can get the community tab here shortly, and I'll do a poll on there so more people will have a chance to vote on it. What else? Something that's reminded me when I'm picking my tablet up there. There was something else I wanted to mention, or something I wanted to do. I forgot what that was. I need to keep that tablet right with me constantly, because I can't remember what I'm doing. Yes, Radio Man, my channel is growing nicely. I don't know if you were in here, but I was telling earlier, last week I went 6 consecutive days where I hit 400. I'd get up like 402, 403. Next morning, they'd have me back 397, 398, 399. Following day, I'd go above 400 again. Next night, they'd drop me back again. And then I did a short on Friday. I got 8 or 10 subscribers from that short. And then Belt Loop 29 shouted me out. And I got a couple subscribers from that. And that kept me above 400. And then I grew some more over the weekend. I want to thank everyone for all the support. It's really appreciated. I'm doing real good on watch hours. I don't think I'm going to have any trouble getting to 4,000 watch hours by the time I have 1,000 subscribers. I'm up to 1,637 watch hours now. And they're adding up pretty good now. Now that I got more subscribers and more people watching my videos, the rate that my watch hours is going up is faster than my subscribers is going up. So I think that's going to be good. And the more subscribers I'm getting, the more my name's getting out there, and I think YouTube pushed my videos out more now. So subscribers are coming in at a pretty good rate also. And if anyone wants to drop your link, just type in King. You can do that as often as you want. I want to help everyone out because everyone's helped me out. And if anyone's Got any suggestions you want me to talk about? Any questions? Go ahead and let me know. I just keep track of stuff on my other laptop. Set that up over there on YouTube so I can see what that's looking like. I was saying earlier there that the other parts for the lawn tracker should be here tomorrow. So then I can get the alignment straightened out on that. One of the spindles is bent, so that's why the alignment's so bad on it. And one of the tie rods is red nicked together. So I'm looking forward to getting new parts put on that. So both wheels actually point the same direction when it goes down the road. Thank you, Michael DeVenture. I appreciate it. Yeah, Earl is an excellent rooster. I got him from Ideal Poultry in Texas. I think they have pretty good chicks there. They have a disclaimer on there that they're purebred, but they're not necessarily show quality. But everyone that sees him in person, they tell me that he's show quality. And he's definitely the favorite chicken of everyone. He's not as friendly now as he was when he was younger. He loved to be picked up and held, petted. Oh, the black and green one. That's my landlord's. He just hatched out last spring. We're not really sure what breed he's got in him. I didn't realize at first that my landlord had gotten some eggs from his father and hatched them out also. I thought it was just the eggs he had here. I was trying to figure out, because his rooster was a black giant, and his hens were, at that time, a red sex link, and he had one that looked like it could have been a Delaware, but I'm not sure if it was or not. And she's one of the ones that the raccoon got over the summer. She went broody, and she was sitting somewhere out back. I never did find her nest, and I heard her screaming out back one night, and well, I thought it was her because she's the only one that wasn't going to the barn, and she never appeared again. So that was the night he got her. And then he had some Rhode Island whites. Because I don't think the Rhode Island whites, they might not have been laying when he collected those eggs. I think that's about all he had at that time, and I just couldn't figure out what the hen was with the color that Rooster's got in it. And then he told me that, he said, that looks just like The rooster's at my father's place. I said, well, did you happen to get any eggs from him and hatch them out? And he told me he did. Okay, that's why I can't figure out what the combination of this rooster is then. Yeah, that raccoon got several of his hens this summer and his duck. Well, that was his only chick that survived. After they were a few weeks old, hello, Gary, good to have you in here. After they were a few weeks old, he put them in the pig pen, thinking that they would be safe because they were in the pig pen and then could go in the barn at night. And we think the pigs ate them. They're a little bit bigger than anything I've ever seen pigs eat before, but they still only were 6 weeks old or so. And they all disappeared the first night he put them in there. So all of them except that one rooster. So that's why we're pretty sure that it was the pigs got them. So I don't think there's any descendants of the black giant around, which actually it's good that there's no descendants of that black giant that he had, because that was the most miserable rooster I've ever seen. That kind of worried me when I found out this one here turned out to be a rooster. But then when he told me it came from his father's, then that was a different story, because he's got friendly roosters. Well, I'm glad you could stop in, even though you're, well, at work, Belt Loop. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah, pigs will eat anything. The adult chickens go in there all the time, and they don't eat them. But 6 weeks old, they probably did. Because pigs can get nasty, that's for sure. He had some chicks last year that a broody hen hatched out, and they kept going in the pig pen. And the pigs ate every one of them. And you couldn't stop them. Once they started eating them, there was no stopping them. Actually, there was one batch. The hen was smart enough not to hatch them in the barn. She hatched them up front, and she kept them up there. She wouldn't let them come back near the pig pen. And then his dog ended up getting them. Gary, do you mean that you've got the volume down, or am I broadcasting at a low volume? Because this is the first I've heard about low volume. Is anyone else having any problems with anything? With the audio or the visual? I'm hoping everything's going good. It seems to look good on my laptop where I'm playing YouTube, but obviously I have to have that muted so I can't hear it. Thank you, J. Marie. Just want to make sure. Not that there's too much I can do about it, but I'm actually going off from the Wi-Fi right now. I've only got one bar, but it seems to be a good strong signal. I do have my phone out here, so I could go off my hotspot if I needed to. Yep, there's definitely a problem with the free-ranging chickens around here. That's why I try to keep mine secure. And he doesn't have any way to secure the barn, so they're open to predators in there. That's why the one chicken I have, Betty, that's in there right now, as soon as I get my other run completed, hopefully the next day or two, she's going in there. And then I lock them up at night. I hate to do it because I'm not always out here as early as they want to get up in the morning, but I don't want something coming in getting them in the middle of the night, so they have to put up with it. Actually, on the mornings when I have physical therapy, Tuesday and Friday mornings, it wasn't this way during the summer, but now they're getting let out before it's even light in the morning. Open the door and they can stand there and look at me. And if they do start coming out, you should see Earl. He'll block the door and lay the hens out until he checks it out. He'll look all around, make sure there's nothing out there. And then once he comes out, then they might follow him out. Well, a lot of times he doesn't even come out. He just stands there in the doorway. Then I'm assuming after it gets light, that's when he comes out. He looks after him pretty good. Except when they get out. That's been their thing the last few days. In fact, yesterday, when they got out, Lucy ended up losing her saddle somewheres. I haven't been able to find that yet. She's not really that small of a chicken. I don't know why hers ended up being the one that fell off, but it did. Well, I appreciate it, Gary. I got to look around a little bit more tomorrow, see if I can find that. But the thing is, being right in the edge of the woods here, and for being out going through the yard, I have no idea where to look. When somebody leaves on the ground, it wouldn't be so bad, but one of the chickens kicked leaves over, that's going to be pretty hard to find, but I'm going to try. That would be great, JB. I was just mentioning that in someone else's live today. I wish that someone would start wanting me to review stuff for them. because I'd be more than happy to do that. I actually did do one review already, but not because company asked me to, just because I just love the product so much. I wanted to let everyone know. Yeah, I just have to set that door up to automatically open in the morning, and I'd have to close it at night because I have to go out after dark and manually put them all in because they want to be on top of the coop. They always used to go in the coop. They're real good about it. No, I don't plan on entering that, Gary. I do have to get my video done for the is it the Fur Baby? Is that what it's called? Challenge. In fact, actually, I think got a couple clips already. I think I'm gonna use for that. Well, maybe I might look into it. I hadn't planned on doing that one, but I might. I never really thought of myself as being a good speaker. Yeah, you got me convinced. I'll go back and listen to what there is to that again. I'll do that. I don't even know what the accent is. It's it's weird. Because I don't have the same accent as other people around here. If anyone wants your channel link dropped, just type in King. I know we got a few more people in here now. I have absolutely no idea, Gary. I've never done anything like that, never looked into it. I have no idea what anything like that's even worth. But we could discuss it at some point if you're serious about it. Yeah, I'll definitely give it some thought, and I'll be in contact with you about it. That's terrific, the chicken. I think my highest one was a short that was either 2.5 or 2.6K. Not a problem. You're a very good supporter of my channel, so I'm definitely willing to help you out there, and I know it'll be something you can afford. But I definitely would give you a good deal on it, because you've helped me get to 421 subscribers. I do appreciate that. I remember what the other thing was I wanted to mention. Next Sunday on my live, I want to do a Halloween theme. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago and then kind of forgot about it. And coming up quick now. But I want to do a Halloween theme. I'm going to have the link posted if anyone wants to come up and show off your costume, your kids' costumes, whatever, the Halloween decorations you have in your yard or in your house, the pumpkin you've carved, anything to do with Halloween. If you have a story you want to tell, whatever, just anything to do with Halloween, use your imagination. I always have a link posted for anyone that wants to come up for that. Yet a star is born, JB. So just use your imagination on that. And unfortunately, I'm not in the position to give out prizes. I just want to do it for fun. Okay. Yeah, I'll be in contact with you about that, Gary. Because all my time now is devoted to, well, obviously, taking care of the stuff here. But other than that, all my time is devoted to YouTube and special projects. Yeah, Michael Da Vinci, I kind of feel bad that I can't give out any prizes, but I'm just not in a position to do that right now. But I do want to mention that since I am closing in on 500, I do want to do a prize giveaway at 500. So obviously I have no idea when they'll be, because last week I was saying that I went up and down subscribers, and I really didn't have any gain all week. And then all of a sudden, a few days ago, I've gained over 20 subscribers. So hard to say when that's going to be. Yeah, probably an hourly price would be a little easier. I'll try to figure something out. I've read a little bit the Harry Potter books years ago, and I saw the first movie, I believe it was. Yep, they sure are. And I really don't know how long it takes to read a book, so but, yeah, I'll definitely be in contact with you about that. 'Cause I'm sure we can work out something. And if any of you aren't subscribed to Belt Loop 29, check his channel out. It's a lot of fun. Him and Devil Dog get together and do a lot of lives. And even though I end up falling asleep, some of their late night lives, I do enjoy them. Well, you're not promoting that. I am. I appreciate you being here. This helps out with my watch hours, and I get to talk to you. So, well, thank you. Yeah, if anyone has any suggestions for my Halloween live next Sunday, just let me know. I think it's going to be more like just, well, here it is thing, but if anyone's got any suggestions of anything, let me know. Either comment or send me an email. My email's in my About section. I think I have it in every description too. I'm not sure on that, but it's definitely in my About section. And anytime anyone wants to email me about anything, go ahead. That's what it's there for. I'm probably gonna decorate a little bit for Halloween and trying to think of a costume, but I'm not sure if that's gonna work out or not. Okay, thank you, Michael DeVenctors. I appreciate that. I'm gonna try to announce all my videos this week. So anyone that doesn't hear this or anyone that needs a reminder can remember that. I saw that. That was great. What better for you to dress up as a police officer? Well, you know what I did one year? My son was going to karate classes. He was probably 12, 13 years old at that time. He had taken karate. And she always had a dance for the kids on Saturday night. Well, Saturday night closest to Halloween, she wanted everyone to wear a costume. And there were several categories that she had. And the receptionist decided to take a little beyond that and add more categories so everyone got a prize. Well, the sensei wasn't too impressed with that, but that's what happened anyway. Well, I was a truck driver at that time. I was driving for local lumber company, made deliveries from the store to job sites and people's houses and stuff. Well, I had to work late that day. So, got home, didn't bother changing my clothes. I just went with my work clothes. My son had his costume on and stuff. Walked in, someone said something about my costume. I said, I got my costume on. I'm dressed up as a truck driver. And then the receptionist added a category, best costume for working man. Yeah, I won that. I haven't driven commercial in a long time. I just did that for a short time. If I had my license back, I would still legally be able to drive. So my license was suspended for a couple tickets I had that I didn't answer to. So I have to answer to them. And then in the meantime, my license is expired, but I couldn't renew it because it's suspended. So I have to get those suspensions off, and then I can renew my license, and then I'll have a valid CDLB. You got that right. Bacon does make everything better. I used to absolutely love bacon. And then when I had the gastric bypass surgery, after that, my taste on some stuff has changed a little bit. Now bacon isn't something I absolutely love and can't live without. I just like bacon. But I used to have to have bacon every day. Yes, I can drive a flatbed. The only thing I can't drive is a tractor trailer, tanker, or hazmat. And I can't really think of anything else that I can't drive because with a B, that includes everything except tractor trailers. And then I just don't have a tanker hazmat endorsement. I've got a passenger endorsement. Oh, I can't drive a school bus anymore either. I used to be able to, but then a few years back, they changed it that you need a school bus endorsement. Well, actually, I can drive a school bus. I just can't pick kids up at home and take them to school, or pick them up at school and take them home. You need a school bus endorsement for that. But I could drive a school bus to field trips or games or anything like that. I probably would never drive commercial again, but it's nice to have since I have it. I just want to keep it. So if anything ever does come up, then I'm able to drive it. It's not cheap. It's, I think, $165 every 8 years. I hate that. In New York State, you have to renew your license for 8 years. Actually, JB, that's why I got the CDL, because I was trying to be a bus driver at the time. I don't know how schools are in other areas, but around here, I know the school district I live in, and I'm pretty sure all the other districts in this area, they have a monitor on all the buses now. So the driver can concentrate on driving and doesn't have to be dealing with discipline. Because it really got to be bad. I think it everywhere is, but I know in this district, it really got to be bad. There were some routes, it was to the point, it even started back when I was in school. There was some drivers, they would not drive certain routes because they just couldn't concentrate on the driving. Yeah, it's definitely changed over the years. Yeah, I never did end up getting a job as a bus driver because the district I lived in, the transportation supervisor went a little crazy with hiring subs, and he had so many that he didn't want to hire anymore because then the ones that he had weren't going to be working enough hours to be able to keep them. And then most of the districts around here, they want to hire from their own district. So then I ended up getting that truck driving job, and it wasn't a good company to work for. On paper, it sounded great. Pay wasn't the greatest, but it wasn't too bad. Benefits sounded really good, but it wasn't the best company to work for, and they never followed through on anything. After 3 months, we're supposed to have evaluation and then a raise based on your evaluation. And you're supposed to have health insurance after 3 months. And there were some other benefits. This was 21, 22 years ago, so I can't remember everything now. Well, after 4.5 months, I still didn't have health insurance, still didn't have my evaluation, so I didn't have my 90-day raise yet. And worst part is there was a guy who'd been there a year. He still hadn't had his 90-day evaluation. He did get his health insurance after about 6 months. But I decided, nope, time to go look for another job right now because They promise you the world. Oh, well, we've been busy in the office and we're going to get to your evaluation. And the thing is, once they did an evaluation, they wouldn't pay you retroactive to 90 days, which is when the raise should have been initially anyways. And the health insurance would have came in handy because I didn't have any health insurance at that time. So I was looking forward to that. Well, after 3 months, I'll have health insurance. And then after 4.5 months, I still don't have it. Talked to the other guy, and it was 6 months before he got his. So that was the end of that. I haven't really thought about getting another truck driving job. The only problem is I could only do the driving now. Because I can't lift anything, so I know most companies, they want you to do at least a certain amount of lifting. And that would be a real issue with me. I'm hoping I can get my disability soon. Because once I can get my disability, then I also can get my retirement from when I was working at the school for those 10 and a half, 11 years. Yeah, so everything's changed since I was driving. Oh, another thing with that company that got me a little irritated is the truck I was driving had a fuel leak. And one of the things that needs to be checked off on the daily inspection is if there's any fuel leaks. I marked down every day there was leaking fuel. And after 3 or 4 days, the manager told me, see, this doesn't look good when you're putting down it's leaking fuel every day. Don't be putting that down anymore. That's going to be taken care of in a couple of weeks when the truck goes in for service. And I told him, well, it should be taken care of now. It's not safe to have it leaking fuel. And it's contaminating wherever I go, and that should be taken care of. Well, we're going to take care of it. There's just no sense in sending the truck in now when it's going in for service in a couple weeks anyways. Well, I continued writing down that it was leaking fuel. Well, after a couple more days, I didn't hardly drive at all for the next couple weeks. They had one of the drivers that was hired after me that was supposed to be mainly in the yard and just drive when we needed an extra driver. They had him as primary driver. So I wasn't real impressed with that either. Okay, Michael Adventure, thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Well, I'll be right back. I got to step away for just a minute. I'm back. Sorry about that. Should be good for another couple hours now. Okay, Gary. Thank you for everything. I appreciate it. Now I'm trying to think of what direction I want to go now. You don't got any suggestions of another topic or any questions for me? I think I've got everything covered I wanted to cover tonight. But if anyone's got any questions or comments, topics you want me to talk about, just let me know. I'm thinking I might incubate some more eggs, even though I said I wasn't going to do any more this winter. I was going to wait till spring. But I think once I get my heater going, so it'll be a little warmer in my camper, I'll put the incubator. Well, actually, what I had the incubator for isn't going to be too far from where the heater is going to be. So that'll be keeping it a little bit warmer. So maybe it won't take quite so much power to run the incubator. Because I would like to get some more chicks for spring. So they'll be a little bigger for spring, what I mean to say. Hello, NY Patriot. Good to have you here. I'd love to have some venison. Yeah, I just get to that point, JB, and I just need to get started. I got the screws I need to screw the front back on my heater the other day. Because I got that wired on there now. It's not on there the best, but enough for it to stay on. Probably I'll be one tomorrow projects. I'm gonna bring the heater outside and give it a good cleaning. I'm gonna take it right apart, get all the dust out of it, and see if I can get that back in a little bit better working condition than it was, and screw that back together, and hopefully that'll be good for the winter. Yeah, it's okay, J. Marie. Just sometimes it helps if I can have a top to get going on. I'm about halfway between the grist mill and the truck stop. It's just under 3 miles for me to get to both of them. That sounds like something good to be doing, JB. I got a dehydrator function on my air fryer. I've never used it though. That shouldn't be too hard to do, J. Marie. I believe there's some other adjustments that have to be made, but as far as changing the orifice, that should be fairly simple. Yep, that's what I'm going to be doing this week. Going to get my heater going and I hope I have good luck getting the lawn tractor put together and get the alignment straight on it and stuff. Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Because I want to take the lawn tractor and I go get propane. And with the alignment being so bad out right now, I don't want to take it that far because that's got to be at least 4 miles each way. I actually had a furnace in a trailer one time that I watched the serviceman convert it from natural gas to propane. And cleaning the orifice, that was the easy part. He took it apart, popped the one orifice out, put the other one in, and then I can't remember what he had to do, but there was some adjustments that he had to make on it. And then he didn't have it adjusted right. I had another issue with it. I forgot what it was. Oh, it turned out I didn't have extinction on the chimney, and it only went like 8-10 inches above the roof. Well, that got covered with snow one night. Normally there was enough heat going up through, so it would just melt the snow and wasn't an issue. Well, we got about 2 feet of snow one night, and the service guy that came, he said probably what happened is when we got the majority of the snow, the furnace was off, so the snow gets built up on it, and then by the time the furnace was ready to come on, it already put the pilot out. So I had to get an extension to put on that, get it up above the snow line. Anyways, he got it going for me, and boy, this flame doesn't look right. I thought this was a brand new furnace. He said, didn't we service this for you, get it going for you? And I said, yeah, you're only the second one. They're both from your company that worked on it. And he asked me who the first serviceman was. That explains that. He said he's an expert on fuel oil, but he's not all that great on propane. So then this guy, he made some adjustments on it, and he said, now you'll actually be burning less propane now. The other guy, I guess he had it way out of adjustment. Yeah, I used to eat a lot of jerky too. Well, not a lot, but I could buy 3-4 ounce package wherever they are in the store, and that'd be gone within the hour. Yes, it should be blue with maybe just a little tip of whitish yellowish, but it should be mainly blue, and mine was more orange than it was blue. So, and that second guy came, he said, yeah, that's definitely not right. And that's what he did. He adjusted it, got it. So it was blue with just a little yellowish tip on it. And he said, that's what it should be right there. But if the other guy didn't know how to adjust propane, I don't know why they sent him. Send him somewhere where it's fuel oil if he's an expert on fuel oil. But not the way they do things. At that time I was talking about, I had a service contract. It was, forget, because this was back in 1993, I believe it was. And the service contract was, I'm pretty sure it was less than $100 a season. And that would include one cleaning and tune up. So, and then I think it was unlimited service calls, and you didn't have to pay anything for the service calls. Then after a while they changed it, and you were limited to so many service calls. I think it was 2 service calls, and then you had to start paying $25 for a service call or something like that. But like I said, that was a long time ago. I'm pretty sure it was 1993, 93, 94 winter. But you don't get deals like that anymore. Look at my toaster I made just before the live started. It seems like there was something I was going to bring up. Now I can't think of what it was. You know, a few minutes ago I was talking about going to incubate some more eggs. Because if I can get them in the incubator by the end of the month, hatch out towards the end of November, then let's see. By the end of May, they'll be 6 months old. So so they should lay pretty good for me next year. Soon when I get some pullets. But this time I'm gonna make sure I'm able to get everything washed out real good and disinfected just before I put the eggs in. Yeah, I know some companies do that, JB. I know there's some companies around here, they won't touch your equipment, and other ones, the drivers are trained to do adjustments and minor repairs and stuff. Yeah, I use 20-pound tanks. I don't have a way to take bigger tanks and couldn't handle them anyways. I'm hoping that the landlord be able to plow back here this winter. He told me he was going to try since he'd let me use his lawn tractor. If he doesn't plow, I'm not going to be able to get that to the driveway. So I'm hoping that he does. That'll make it a little easier. Because last year I had to pull my tanks in on a sled. And it was a job to push my bicycle and trailer through the snow. I couldn't do it if I had stuff in the trailer. I had to unload it out by the road. Well, I want to thank everyone again for coming to my live. If you want to drop your channel link, just type King. And anyone has any comments or topics for discussion, just let me know. And I've had some suggestions and comments on my videos for future videos. If anyone's got any suggestions, something you'd like to see, let me know. I do plan on getting more videos of my cats shortly. I know several people have asked for that. And it's not I want to do. It's just I'm so unorganized in my camper right now. I want to get things straightened out and have everything look more presentable before I do a lot of filming in there. Well, Radio Man, I can answer that with the one very simple answer. Too much. Our average is around 200 inches. We haven't been getting that the last 3-4 years, fortunately. We probably haven't been getting more than 150 inches probably. But it's not uncommon for, not so much right here where I am now, but where I used to live about 15 miles from here. It wouldn't be uncommon to be closer to 300 inches. Some winters over 400 inches. In fact, I found a video. I just happened to come across it the other day. I wasn't looking for it or anything. That was taken 15 years ago. And I wanted to put a link to that in the other day, and I forgot to. Well, I was gonna try to see if I could bring it up and link it now, but I don't know exactly what I'm doing, so I probably shouldn't try that right now. But I do want to get that video linked so you guys can actually see that storm. It lasted about 10 days. It was a lake effect snow event that wasn't like most of them. Most of them are concentrated over a small area and then may move one direction or the other, either north or south, and be pretty much over with. Well, this one just continuously moved north to south over a 10-day period. And here in Parrish, they got 115 inches during that storm. And where I was, we got about 145 inches. It was quite a storm. And what it would do, as it was moving back and forth, it would snow like crazy for several hours, and then it would move a little bit, and the sun would come out, and next spot, either just to the south or just to the north, would be getting that. And that's the way that the lake effect storms work. But normally, they don't last more than 2 or 3 days. But this one went on for 10 days. So, after the live, I'll try to get that video linked in the comments or in the description. If I can edit the description, I'll put it in there, but I'll get it linked somehow. Hello, G-Pants. Good to have you here. Usually not a few days. Normally, what happens is, as we're getting the snow, it'll be zero visibility, and plows can't keep up with it. So sometimes businesses will shut down for that. But then, as soon as the snow's over, within just very few hours, the road to be clear. So very rarely will you ever see a business close multiple days because of snow. The biggest problem we have during the storms is the visibility. It's just not safe to drive. And then if it's really, really snowing hard, then sometimes the plows can't keep up with it. But normally, even during a real bad storm, there won't be more than a foot of snow on the road at the most. They have routes set up that the plows do, and they normally can make it through the route. It all depends on the municipality, because some of them have more equipment than others, and some of them have more roads than others, and of course it depends on how hard it's snowing, but usually they have the route so that roads are getting plowed once every 3 or 4 hours. Yeah, I stayed on late because I knew you were going to be getting home from work, T-Pants. I did it just for you. Well, I'm going to recap everything since we've got new viewers in here now. Next Sunday, since it's going to be the day before Halloween, I'm going to do a Halloween theme. I'm going to have a link that anyone that wants to can come up and show off your costume, your kids' costumes, your Halloween decorations in your house, in your yard, the pumpkin that you carved, tell a Halloween story, anything Halloween related. Use your imagination. And I'm going to try to decorate a little bit for Halloween, and I don't know if I dress up as an old man. That sounds good. Well, then I was talking about once I get my heater going, I'm going to get that cleaned up this week and some minor repairs done on it and stuff. And I have to get that mounted to the wall differently than it was last winter. But once I get that going, it's going to be a little warmer in my camper. So I'm going to try incubating some more eggs too. Because where I had the incubator before isn't too far from the heater. So I think the heater will be able to keep that up a decent temperature. So it won't be drawing as much electricity to keep the incubator up where it belongs. Because then I'll be able to have more chicks in the spring, so they'll be laying more eggs for me. So hopefully, whether I end up hatching chicks and selling them in the spring, or if I sell eggs, whatever I end up doing, I have a few more chickens laying eggs for that. So hopefully they can start earning their keep. But I can't complain because they're laying me eggs now. They've gone way down between the 4 hens that I've got in the run now. I'm getting 2 eggs most days, occasionally 3, and sometimes I only get 1. Well, from the time they started laying in January right up until a month ago, they were pretty consistent. Every one of them was laying an egg almost every day. Can't remember what else went over. Oh, the name of the chick. I just found out tonight that YouTube is giving community tab to some channels that don't have 500 yet. It's so new they just started doing. So I'm going to hold off on naming the chick to see if I get my community tab here shortly. Because then I can do a poll and then everyone can be in on the voting. You know, because if I do that tonight, then it's going to be a very limited number of people that can vote on it. So we can keep coming in with name suggestions. So far, for Rooster, if it's Rooster like I'm pretty sure it is, we got Ace, Lucky, Rocky, Georgie, Henry. Then we had a Lucky and another name after the Lucky, but I didn't write it down immediately when I got that suggestion, and I can't find the comment again to write that down. So I'll keep looking for that. And like I said, if anyone else has any suggestions, go ahead. And then I'm also going to do a secondary poll in case it does happen to end up being a pullet. And also, that name could also be left until next spring, or not next spring, but later on, after I figure out with the next chicks I'm going to hack, what they are. Okay, G-Pants, you're the one that suggested it. I thought you were, but I could not find the comment. Okay, I got that written down now. Thank you. I appreciate it. What are they saying? Oh, then once we figure out what the sexes are of the next chicks, we could always use the pullet name for one of them. And the two I've got suggested for the pullet so far is Gracie and Henrietta. Probably what I'll do with that is we'll just go with the Rooster name for now. And then if I do happen to find out I made a mistake on that in a couple months from now or whatever, then we'll do the poll for a hen name. Okay, I'll add those to the list. As you can see, now I'm writing them down as they come in. So, Radio Man, is that one pet mouse you can have, and then you can't have any wild mice come into your house, or you allow the wild mice and you can have one pet mouse? And that's one thing I've never had for a pet. Never really wanted one for a pet either. Though my son had 2 gerbils, as pets one time. That didn't work out too well for them. They ended up chewing their way out of the container he had them in. It was a plastic hamster container, so we thought they'd be okay in there. Well, they decided to chew. They got out, and well, the cats got a hold of one of them. We got it away from the cat, and it's after a few hours that more or less seemed to be okay, but then it ended up dying the next day. So apparently the cat did some damage to that, and then the other one just mysteriously died a week later. So, and they were together since they were young, so I don't know if it's because of the one dying that the other one ended up dying or what. Oh, also, I'm just trying to think back everything I talked about tonight and recap it for the ones that haven't been here for the whole time. The other parts for the lawn tractor are in New York State now. I've got the spindles already. They came yesterday. And the tie rods are in New York State now, so they should be here tomorrow. They came from the West Coast, so they took a little bit longer. And then I can get them on there and hopefully get the alignment straightened out, and that should be good to go. As long as the tires hold up on it for me. Because front tires weren't the greatest, and then with the alignment being off, that did not do the tires any good. Just like a car, it wears them fast. And if any of you didn't see in yesterday's video, I got the generator fixed. It ended up being, I thought it gets caught on the corner of my eye, but maybe it was a bug because I don't see an animal over there. What it turned out being was the gasket that goes between the carburetor and the engine got folded over a little bit. So there was an air leak there. And the gaskets that come with it are cheap and not the greatest gaskets. And somehow that ended up getting ripped and got folded. Well, maybe when it got folded over. Anyway, it folded over and had a little tear in it. But then after I took that gasket off, put another one on, then it sealed up and it's running halfway decent now. It's still not, and it didn't do it before the issues with it a month or two ago either, before the springs broke on it. It's still not putting out the power that it should. I can run 1,500 watts with no problem, but it should be able to run 3,650 watts continuously, 4350, something like that surge. So I should be able to run my hot plate, which is 1,500 watts, and my air fryer, which is 1,500 watts. I should be able to run the two of them with no problem, but I couldn't. Generator stalled on me when I tried to do it. I knew it was gonna, but before I could get back over there and get the air fryer shut off, because I had the hot plate outside, it already stalled. So I don't know what that issue is, but that's been going on for a long time. But I've got it now back to the way it was running before the springs broke on it. Trying to think of anything else here. Well, I got to take another little break here, and I'll be right back. Sorry about that, everyone. So now with the generator running, I'll be able to start using my freezer again. That's going to seem nice. Little Barge Country Home. Yeah, I had to take a little break. I've been drinking too much coffee. And speaking of that, I'm going to have another cup. Got room for it now. Maybe I should have warmed that up a little bit. There we go. It's nice to be able to be outside, have everything sitting right here on the table right in front of me. I was talking about, now I got my generator running, use my freezer again. And as long as I've got water, then I'll be able to use my washer. And I'll probably hook some propane up my dryer, because I always can share a tank between my dryer and my heater. Just take that out and hook it up the dryer when I need it, and then back in for the heater for the night. Because I probably won't be running my heater a lot during the day right now. Just have it on a few hours at night. Because days are getting so short now. Hard to dry clothes on the line. But it seems nice to have that going now. Yes, I do. I lock my chickens up, all except one. I've got one that goes in the barn with my landlord's chickens. And until I get the netting over my new run, which I'm hoping to get done the next day or two, then I don't think there'll be any way she'll be able to escape. Because if I go get her out of the barn and take her to the coop, then she gets out the next morning, and after a few nights, then she starts roosting in the barn where I can't get to her. So I just gave up on it. But other than that, they're all locked up. And like I said, once I get that run done so they can't escape, she's going in there, and then they'll all be locked up at night. But actually, my landlord's had pretty good luck with his chickens up until this year. Last year, I think he might have lost a couple mysteriously. But other than that, it was his dog that got all the rest of them. But the barn's wide open for predators to get in. So he was lucky on that. Then this year, he had a raccoon get several chickens, got his duck, and we would see raccoon tracks in the mud the morning after his chickens disappeared and his duck disappeared and stuff. So that's how we know that it was a raccoon. Well, I've got a total of 7 now, and I've got my new chick there. It's 4 weeks old now, inside, and at this point here, it's so late in the year, that chick's going to be inside for the winter. Last year, for about a month and a half, I had all my chickens inside. Because middle of January, when it got cold last year, really cold. And it got down like 5-10 below one night. And my rooster got frostbite in the tips of its comb. And next few nights after that, they're predicting 15-20 below. So it's like, well, if he started getting frostbite at 5 or 10 below, at 20 below, he's definitely not going to be out here. So they all went inside with me. And then once they're inside, you can't take them from, even after it started warming up a little bit, didn't go below 0 at night anymore and stuff. Still, once they're inside, used to 50 degrees, you can't put them back out where it's going down to 0. So they were inside till March when it was warm enough so they could make the transition. I'm hoping that this year, with the new coop, that they'll be able to stay warm in there. But time will tell. I'm going to try to get another thermometer so I can have a thermometer in the chicken coop, so I'll be able to know what the temperature is in there. And when it starts getting really cold, I'll be able to tell, okay, it's staying 20 degrees warm in the chicken coop, so they're fine. Or if it's getting down close to what the outside temperature is, well, maybe we're going to have to look at something else here. Hello, J&B. Good to have you here. I guess I stayed on late so everyone could come in tonight. We'll talk about chicken. That's what we're talking about. Because I don't want them getting too cold. I know a lot of people say, I belong to a lot of different groups on Facebook and some of the chicken groups on there. And this is from some people that never had chickens. You can tell just by the way they talk on there. Oh, chickens are wild, so they can live anywhere. They can live in the Arctic and they won't get too cold. Now, that's not true. And not a problem, G-Pants. I still got 12 people here. I didn't have many more than that. At peak. Or maybe that is what peak was. Might have had a couple more. But yeah, I got someone else just came in. I got to recap everything. I'm going to hold off on naming the chick because someone told me earlier in my live that YouTube is starting to give out the community tab to subscribers that have less than 500. The account that have less than 500 subscribers. So I'm going to wait, see if I can get mine so I can do an actual poll on the community tab, because that way everyone will have a chance to vote on it. I think it'd be more fair that way. We've got 7 names now, and we've got 3 pen names also. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to proceed with the rooster name for now. And if I find out in a couple months that I happen to be wrong on that, then we'll go ahead with the hen name and we can change the name and then say the rooster name for my next batch. Because I'm going to be incubating some more eggs. Because I got some things figured out now, so I'm going to make sure I got my incubator. I think where I had it before is going to be close enough. But I'm going to make sure that's close enough to the heater so it keeps that up quite warm. So it doesn't take as much electricity to keep it up to the 100 degrees that it's supposed to be. So then I'll be able to incubate some eggs during the winter. Because I'll be keeping the chicks in anyway. Even the one that hatched 4 weeks ago, he's spending the winter inside. He won't be going outside till spring. Yeah, I'm hoping that community tab, if I can keep growing my channel like I did the last couple days, it won't take long for I'll be to 500. I won't even have to worry about the new policy. Because I'm at 421 right now. It was 421 earlier. But yesterday and today, it's grown quite a bit. I spent all of last week hovering right around 400. It would go up 402, 403. They'd push me back 397, 398. Next day, back up 402. Next day, they'd push me back under 400 again. For 6 consecutive days, I went above 400 and then dropped that night. And then Friday, I did a short. And also, Gary, Belt Loop 29, shouted me out. And I got, I think it was 12 subscribers. And then that pushed me far enough above 400 that I stayed above 400. And then yesterday and today, I gained a few more subscribers. So now I am at 421. Yeah, it seems to be going good. I don't know what I'm doing right, what I'm doing wrong. I've been trying to figure out what I'm gaining subscribers from, what I'm not gaining subscribers from. I can't really figure out what's working, so I'm just trying to keep doing what I'm doing. I know I have some shorts that I'm gaining 10 or 12 subscribers from. Some shorts I don't get anything. And I'm trying to meet new people. That's how I gained so many subscribers yesterday and today. Because I spent almost all day yesterday and today in lives. I met some new people. So I'm going to keep doing that. And I'm getting some shout outs. That's helping. Well, the main thing I can't stress enough is I want to do what's going to make people happy. So if anyone's got any suggestions or comments, let me know. Either leave me a comment on any video, let me know right now, send me an email. It doesn't matter. I have had several people wanting more videos of the cats. Right now, my camper is just a mess. I got to get things more organized and stuff, and then I'm going to be doing more videos of the cats. No, unfortunately, there's not a meetup around here. I would love to go to some meetups. And not just to gain subscribers. I just would love to meet some people. Because I have met some very good friends. I've got more friends on YouTube now than I do in real life. So I'd like to meet some of you people. Whether you're just a subscriber, if you've got a channel of your own, whatever it is, I'd love to meet some of you people. That's one reason. Weather's part of the reason too, but that's one reason I'd love to get moved before next winter. Because I know I have a lot of subscribers in Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas area. And once I get my license straightened out, I hope to eventually be able to get a vehicle, and then I'll drive a few hundred miles. Not something I can do all the time, but occasionally on special event. I have not met too many on YouTube. So I'm thinking that it might not be as popular around here. Because the only one that I know that's really close to me, and he's still, I don't know, probably an hour drive away, is Tihan 141. I would say he's probably like an hour from me. And he's really the closest one that I know about. We've got the Vineyard Farmhouse. Brian, he's in the western part of the state. He's closer to about 4 hours away from me. I think there is another one. I might have gotten unsubscribed from him. I have to try to look him up because I haven't got any notification from him in quite a while. Now that I get thinking about it. But I think he's like an hour or so south of here. I think he's a little south of Syracuse. But I can't remember his name. Because someone suggested him to me, and I looked him up, subscribed to his channel, and watched a couple of the videos like you're supposed to. But I guess now I'm hearing that you're supposed to watch 3 videos for at least 3 minutes and comment on them. And if you don't do those 3 things, then YouTube may unsubscribe you. And I'm not sure if I watch 3 videos for at least 3 minutes each. And I think I did comment on one of his videos. I'm not good on comment on videos. I reply to the comments on mine. I try to be real good about that. But when I'm watching other people's videos, I'll hit the like. Because what I do, I have a system now. Because I always used to forget to hit the like. As soon as I click on the video, I'll hit the like before I start watching it. And then I like to leave a comment based on what the video is. So I like to watch at least halfway through, so I got some idea what I'm commenting on. And then I usually end up forgetting. I'll watch the video, it'll go on to the next video, and then I'll forget all about why I never commented on that. I'll never think of it. Because I'm to the point now where I have to keep going through. When I get comments, I'm clicking on those, and if it's a creator, I'm seeing if I'm still subscribed to them. Most of them I am, but occasionally I'll come across one that I was subscribed to that I'm not anymore. So I got to go resubscribe to them. I hate that YouTube does that. Hello, Tiny Farm Nuggets. Good to have you here. Oh, yeah, I know they have up the laundromat. I was just saying a few minutes ago that now that I got my generator running, I won't have to go to the laundromat as long as the water's on. That will be good. Because the other day, I went to the laundromat and it cost me, I think it was $13. Because I hadn't done any laundry in a while. So I did 3 loads, $3 a piece. So there's $9. And then you figure, depending on how long I need to put them in the dryer for, because there's one I had to put back in for a little bit longer because it had heavier clothes in it, then it's $1.25, $1.50 for each load to dry. So I don't like to spend that money if I don't have to. Because what I spent on laundry the other day, that will almost buy a tank of propane. And that will buy well, over 3, almost 4 gallons of gas. I look at things that way. Yeah, I really do try to keep up on the replying. In fact, usually after I upload a video, even if it's late at night, I try to stay up and start replying immediately. And then I'll end up going to bed. And then sometimes if I wake up during the night, I might reply. Sometimes it'll be the next morning. I usually don't let the comments build up too much to make sure I am able to reply to them. Yeah, that might be an idea. And I do need to make mention of T-Han 141 because he always mentions me during all of his lives. I've got I know I try, as someone shouts me out, I try to do the same to them in my next video or next several videos. I've got to start doing that a little more regularly, and making sure I shout everyone out that's shouting me out. Yeah, Tiny Farm Nuggets, it's over a half hour drive for me. 3.4 miles. Well, actually, probably 3.5. It's about a tenth of a mile from the post office. Post office is 3.4. But what I do is, when I went to the laundromat the other day, went to the laundromat, stopped at the post office, stopped the Dollar General, and then stopped the grist mill. That's where I get my gas, and made it all in one trip. And now the lawn tractor, I can do that because I don't have to worry about having too much weight in the trailer. Well, can't make that trip every day though. I'm hoping it'll improve a little bit once I get the alignment straightened out. But that lawn tractor is only getting about 6 miles to the gallon. So, man, which direction I go, it's about the same distance. So, any trip I make, it's costing me close to $4. My laundry room's right outside. Yeah, I've had my washer and dryer sitting out here on pallets for, well, ever since I've had them. That was, let's see. Can't remember when I got them. I think it was in, no, in 2019 I got them. So I've had the washer and dryer sitting out here for 3.5 years. Put a tarp over them when I'm not using them. Yep, I try to reply to everyone, G-Pants. Yeah, my theory is people have taken the time to watch my video and comment, and that's helping me out. So I owe it to everyone to reply. I'm not sure if I'll always be able to reply to every comment like I do now. That's the only drawback to getting bigger. Right now, it's not a problem. Someday down the road, it may be, I may be able to only reply to certain comments, few comments each day or whatever. But we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But as long as it's humanly possible, I will keep replying. There you go. Yeah, if you got materials like that laying around, that's why I don't like to get rid of stuff like that, because it comes in handy. I believe it's just T hand without the S. I'm gonna look him up here to make sure. Right one. Yeah, he lives off grid. He's got solar and he's got a generator that he starts up occasionally to top his batteries off. But he's pretty much just solar. And he does a live Thursday night at 6 o'clock Eastern. So I always try to catch his live. Very nice man. He always interacts with his viewers very well. He's a small channel. He's got 559 subscribers. Come on. Okay, he's you know, I think I can do this. I copy and pasted this, so I'm not sure if it comes with the. Actually, I should be able to do the link. Yeah, I'm not used to this mod stuff. Should get it figured out though. I'm a mod on 3 channels now. Well, I copy and pasted it, so here it is. Okay. Well, that's his channel name there. I'm not experienced enough here to share his link. I could do it if I was just concentrating on that, but try to concentrate on my live and do that at the same time. I got to get better at this stuff. Oh yeah, I try to get Earl to crow sometimes. Sometimes not very cooperative. Have you ever noticed where sometimes I'll try to, I'll say, Earl, crow, and you go, it looks just like he's shaking his head no to me. I love it when he does that. And I'm not editing that. That's the way he actually does that. Okay, thanks for stopping in, G-Pants. You have a good night. Yes, I should be able to get that steering fixed now. Because one of the spindles is bent. That's why I need the spindles. And then one of the tie rods broke right off. And that's just rednecked on there now. So now I'll be able to get the parts that are supposed to be on there and straight. Or get them on. And hopefully I'll straighten out the alignment. Because that alignment being off is wearing the tires terrible. In fact, I'm scared to use it anymore and I absolutely have to because I don't have any tires to put on it. But these end up blowing on me. I check with Larry from Austin and Crew Scrapping to see if he happened to have any tires that he rescued off a mower that he junked, but he didn't have any. Yeah, you got a point there, Brett. But mine's propane, and the only time I got electric running to it is when I got my generator running. So that helps out a little bit. And luckily, I haven't had too many negative comments. The only thing I've had to delete is I guess you have that zipped up all the way. Just seemed like getting a little chilly. But the only thing I've had to delete is I've had some trolls leave some pretty nasty comments, and some of them in foreign language, and you just know that they're not appropriate. I've had to delete a few of them. Yes, if you'd like to drop your channel link, just type King. That's why I got it on the banner, because otherwise I'll forget it. I never watched Mob Squad, but I've heard of it. Oh yeah, I know what you're saying there. I'm very careful on what I film. Because even though it's nothing bad, it's just I'm afraid some people would complain. So, yep, that's right, J. Marie. They got such a problem with it. Come help. That's that's why I do very little filming in my camper, because it's a mess. Because I don't spend all day in there making things tidy every day. And I know that's what some people are going to want to see, so that's why I'm holding off on doing too much filming in there. And once I get things more organized, get to the point where I want it, then I'm be filming more of the cats and stuff. Yeah, it's too bad that someone's gonna make a comment that mean. There's no need for it. And I've seen comments before that I just wanted to reply to on other people's channel, not on my channel, but I've seen comments that were so mean. I just wanted to put a nasty reply on there, but I didn't. Yeah, definitely. And the thing I got to understand is you've got a life. You can't spend 100% of your time because they might look at oh, well, you could get that cleaned up in a week. Yeah, you're working 16 hours a day every day, maybe, but when you got a farm to run and you got grocery shopping to do and this and that, and you just have life to live in general, it doesn't happen. A lot of people just don't understand that. Yeah, if I was closer, I'd come. I don't know how much I could do, but I'd help you do something. And after the couple people got hurt at Jeff's there, Dog Man and the other one that sprained her ankle, I was telling Dog Man if I lived close enough, I'd be there to see what I could do about picking up some of those rocks and the holes filled in and stuff. But not that I could do much, but I would love to do what I could do. So if I can get down that way, yeah, sometimes Dogman worries me. The stuff that he tackles there on his own. And last summer, Jeff made me nervous too. Being out there in the heat and stuff. That's exactly it, Brett. On your own schedule. Yeah, he sure is. I think a lot of that guy. Well, I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for Dogman. I had 4 subscribers, and I was one of my own subscribers. I had 3 other people subscribed to me, and then Dogman shouted me out in his community tab, and I got like 170, 180 subscribers within just a couple days. Yep, same here, J. Marie. I used to wouldn't think about asking for help with anything. I Years ago when I had my mobile home, I built a deck on the front of that. I dug the holes. I think I dug down 3 feet. Might have been 4, 3 or 4 feet. Put the 6x6s in. And those 6x6s are heavy. They're pressure treated 6x6s, and put them on all in by myself. Did the whole deck by myself. No problem. I built a porch on the back That was 8 by 12, I believe it was. Same thing. Dug to put the 6 by 6s in. And then just built the whole thing. I put 5/8 inch Texture 111 on that. And that stuff is heavy. Pulled that up and get it nailed in. What I did was I started nails in it and then got it up, held it up there with one hand while I used the hammer in the other hand. Got a couple nails in, enough to hold it there, and then just finished nailing it from there. Yeah, I still haven't had a chance to watch your last video, Brett. I've been meaning to, but I watched a lot of lives over the weekend. Met a lot of people. Got probably 9 or 10 subscribers over the weekend from people that I met in lives. Today I watched I can't remember now. I think 5 or 6 lives before I started doing mine. In fact, another one I was supposed to watch at 9 o'clock, but I hope they're still going on when I get done here. Yep. Priorities always do change. That's right. Yeah, sometimes you gotta drive for a deal like that. Yep, always something always gets in the way, that's for sure. Well, I know, Tiny Farm Nuggets is new in here since I gave the last recap. Not sure if anyone else is or not, but let you know, I decided can't beat that. But I decided to hold off on naming the chick tonight. I planned on doing it during this live because someone told me that YouTube has changed their policy on community tabs, and they're giving the community tab to channels with less than 500 subscribers now. I've got 421, so I'm hoping that I can get my community tab, and then I can do a poll on there, and then everyone will be able to have a say in it. And yeah, I'm writing everything down. Well, the father's definitely a Bard Rock, and I'm not sure which egg he came from, but well, it's feathering in like a Bard Rock, so I think it's going to look more like a Bard Rock than whatever the hen was. At one time, I was thinking it possibly might have been one of the Buff Orpingtons, but I'm not really sure. It could be Buff Orpington, could be Black Astrolorp, or it could be Rhode Island Red. Okay, before I forget these names and can't find them in the chat, I'm writing them down. So I'm going to have to find out what's going on with this community tab, because that was the first I'd heard about it. It was someone that was in the live at the beginning. I forgot who it was now telling me about that. They said something new that YouTube just started doing. Get the, well, I shouldn't say I've got them, but if everything goes as planned, I'll have the rest of the parts for the lawn tractor tomorrow. So I get the steering straightened out on that. Yeah, he feathering in nice. In fact, get enough feathers that he's not needing a lot of heat now. Because I didn't run the heater all day today, and he was fine with it. You know how they get real loud when they get cold? He didn't. It was just chirp, chirp, chirp all day. Oh, there's a coyote. One calling to another one. So that's a good sign. Like a few minutes ago, generator quit on me. I don't know, it might be low on oil, because that goes to a lot of oil. Usually when it just shuts off like that, it's because it got too low on oil. I emptied the rest of one container in it a couple days ago, but it might have burnt that up by now. What else were we talking about? What's your concern, J. Marie, that you wouldn't have time enough to take care of the chickens, or you're not there to put them in at night or let them out in the morning? Um, I see. Yeah, I wasn't working when I got my chickens, so I've been here for them since day one. But when I was working it could have been an issue, especially when I was working second shift. I'd have to leave for work by three, quarter after three, and then I wouldn't be home before 1 o'clock or so. So there's no way I'd ever be able to put them in 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and then by 1 o'clock in the morning, something would have had them if they were outside. Yeah, chickens are pretty easy, but if you're not there to tend to them, it can cause issues. Um, yeah, it's the same thing Jeff did earlier this summer. Went inside for 20 minutes. That's another thing I want to do once I get established somewhere. Is I want to have an electric fence. $35 thumbs up. So apparently I've had at least 35 people come and go. I see there's only 6 left here now. Oh, that's the problem around here. Dogs are the biggest predator around here. I had 2 that was gotten by a dog last year. Yeah, I've got a lot more fear of domesticated dogs than the wild predators around here. And a lot of times with a wild predator, they're easier to scare off than a domesticated dog, because domesticated dogs used to being around people and stuff, and they don't care. Yeah, that can cause problems. Oh, I should have asked you half hour ago, Brett. Did you want a link to come on? Um, yep. Yeah, they say if you bring a puppy up around your animals, you'll have a lot better success. Okay. You're not dressed, you're not coming on. I want my views to go up, not down. Oops. If I can't get the show. No. Light's not going to hit it right. 53.8. That's what it is right now. Got up to 69 today. We had 71 yesterday. Okay. Sounds good. Love to have you on. And your other goofball friends, too. They're all more than welcome to come on. Not here. We're supposed to have a beautiful week. Come on. Here it comes. Oh, damn it, they increased it. Oh, now they're saying 50% chance of rain Wednesday, 30% Thursday. But other than that, it's anywhere from cloudy to mostly sunny, right straight through next Tuesday. This was 2 days with a chance of rain, 50% one day and 30% the other. Um, High temperatures anywhere from, it looks like, mid 50s to low 70s. And low temperatures anywhere from upper 30s to low 60s. I'll take it. That is great weather for here for October. It's not unheard of, but it's definitely above normal. I'll go live in the mountain for you guys. Um, if I can figure out how to do it. Yeah, how do we go about doing this? I'm more than willing to do it. I'm just never done that before, so I'm just not sure what I need to do. Okay. And then what do I do to do the share screen on that? If I just click on that link, okay. Can I click on that right here on the StreamYard, or do I have to do that from another tab? Okay. I found the share screen. It was in the had to open up where it said present, and share screen's in there. Don't know what's going on here. I don't know if I did something wrong or what. Am I doing anything wrong here? I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'm back. Okay. No, change the tab. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, I try to click on this. It's coming up show to show it on the screen. Do I show it on the screen then click it, or no? I should have put you in as an administrator. Then click on the dots. Then it's the options: put user in timeout, block user. And when I come on, but you gotta move on me just as I'm clicking it. Then I can get that come up. And then so to do that, I stop sharing this and then copy it and open another tab and paste it in it. It's whenever I try to go on it, it's only giving the option to show. So Did that do anything? Stop sharing and I think I got it now. Just a delay here.
Losing time, I'm fading fast. I just wanna make it last. Try to let go of the past. I close my eyes and embrace the blast. Sleepless nights and headaches.
Thanks for being here, Jay Marie.
To hell and back. What's my purpose? What do I grab? A slippery surface, a heart attack. And sometimes you just gotta believe there's something that'll give you relief. There's something that'll have what you need. What you need. We're broken, it's tragic, we're not all elastic, but maybe there's magic, believe you could have it. And I know of sadness, the anxious and panic, the infinite vastness of all that is blackness.
Ride in style behind the wheel of a new 2023 Kia Soul. Enjoy a suite of standard technology like Apple CarPlay and Android Auto integration. Make one yours today and take advantage of a fantastic offer. Click now to view our inventory.
If you are a music maker shopping for gear online, Sweetwater.com
You can hear me now?
is for you. With the widest selection, best prices, and our award-winning customer service, you're sure to get the gear you need so you can keep making music.
Okay, I've got it full screen now, but it's on the delay. Is that what you wanted? That was an experience, that's for sure. Yes, it is nice music. I downloaded some new music the other day. It is a good sized tree. Hello, Dee Dee Clayton. Good to have you. Just watching a video from Tiny Farm Nuggets.
We do, lady.
Good to have you here, Dee Dee. The only problem is I don't remember how I
And
got
the rest
to
of
this
that
point.
over there, we're trying to cut it back. And then what we, yeah. It's gonna be romper room for the goats.
You need to get a different setup here.
I think it'll be.
I have to
awesome.
watch my
They
other
make
laptop over here. So
They have the goats crawling all over that.
Oh yeah, it does.
Oh, they'll stand on it anyways. They'll love climbing on that. Man, we gotta move all the fence down this way, go around the tree. So we gotta cut off all these long pieces on this side. And all the unsafe pieces, and then they can just crawl over it until it gets unsafe again, and we'll trim it back some more or go work with it as we go. So it's going to be a goat play area. Yep. 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 Yep.
Yep, it sure is. Thank you, Dee Dee. I appreciate that. I do a live every Sunday at 6:30 Eastern. But it's been going on for a while.
Little electric chainsaw.
And then every other day,
Plug it.
I'll put out a video.
Was the race,
And I usually try to do a surprise live at some point during the week also.
Way back here, but it worked. Oh, we still got more to do. This is going to make it awesome. Go area. I can see goats up on there now. Just to have a blast. Wait. That's it. I can imagine them up there. Gotta get all this out of here. Plenty of firewood and wood provide nourishment to the gardens. This is only like half of the tree that's all this way. The other half fell in the cow field out back. Spoiled goats. Well, they will be.
Not sure about the echo.
It's,
I have my other laptop muted. It's just the one that it's playing on. It's not muted.
This is your tiny farm nuggets for today. Thanks for watching. Love you guys. God bless. What you got there, lady?
Well, here we got a package a few months back, and they got set off to the side. And
Let me know how that is when once you get
You're
to that
welcome.
point.
Can't do this right. So basically, we have a mail call. It's from Craig's Cabin. He is in the United Kingdom. And
Across the pond.
I don't remember anything, so I already opened part of it so I can see what, or get it ready. Well, I haven't looked at it yet.
Okay.
It's really packed in there. Ooh, there it is. Oh, cool. Craig's Cabin, forest recipe. Oh, cool.
Hopefully I'll get it figured out
Yeah.
someday.
You'll have to forge some stuff.
Yeah. In this book, I will share with you some recipes that I have found that work. These recipes are not just for food and drink, but may include compasses, pastes, tinctures, and other recipes to use in everyday life.
Wow.
That is
So we can
cool.
learn how to do tinctures.
Thank
this book.
you.
Right on. Thank you very much.
This will come in handy. Hey, another book to add to my
She's a
library.
witch.
I'm not. Oh, I found an autograph or sign.
Okay, I'll have to try to experiment a little bit with that.
Congratulations on winning this and the 1,000 sub giveaway on the Rambling with the Bronze channel. We wish you all the best in the future. Craig's Cabin. Thank you. Oh, wow.
Thank you, Rambling with the Bronze, for that
Yeah.
too.
I had forgot all about it. I remember what happened now. One of our
You
subs,
remembered what you forgot.
yeah, a fellow sub of all of us said send it to us. She won it and she sent it to us.
Cool.
So
Appreciate it.
Thank
Who
you
was that?
guys. I think it was Dee Dee Clayton.
Right on. Thank you,
So,
Dee Dee.
Thank you, Dee Dee Clayton. Thank you, Craig's Cabin. Thank you, Rambling with the Bronze.
Woo!
Love it.
She's a witch.
I'm not.
is an online action RPG where your choice isn't limited to the usual pick of elf, orc, dwarf, and so on. In Hero Wars, everyone can find a character to suit themselves. We have cyborgs, aliens, vampires, even furries won't be disappointed. I've been playing for 2 weeks now, but
I closed out that tab. Is that good enough? It looks like we lost it now. Thank you, Dee Dee. I appreciate it. That was an experience. I don't know what that echo was because see. Oh, I bet you I know what it was. I muted the video on this laptop, but I didn't mute myself. I probably would have had to mute myself. Either mute myself or have the other one over here muted. That's what it was. Okay, got something else figured out now. Anything can get complicated for me. Yeah, I got it figured out now. I had YouTube muted on the one laptop that I was playing StreamYard from, and then the other laptop that I was watching it on, I didn't have that muted. I should have muted that one also. Either that or had myself muted. Because that's what it was, where I had myself on here so I could talk. It was picking it up from the other laptop. So I got that figured out now. Yeah, I learned a little bit. That's for sure. Yep. I'm new to all of this stuff, so it'll be a long time before I get it all figured out. You know, I just have to remember how I did that for next time. Because if I tried to do that same thing right now, I would have trouble doing it. That's a good idea. Maybe. Okay. That sounds good, Brett. Now I guess I have to try to remember how to do this. Okay, I found the link here. Now I guess I have to try to remember how to do this. I click on the link first, right? Okay, links open in YouTube. Then I go back to StreamYard, share screen.
Old Spokane and cowboy boots and a gold army shirt folded in the back. This thing burns gas like crazy, but that's alright. People got their ways of coping, oh, and I got mine. I drive your truck, I roll every window down. And
Did I do that right?
every back road in this town, I find a field, tear it up till all the pain's a cloud of dust. Yes, sometimes I drive your truck. Leave that radio play, same old country station.
That's good.
Where you left it. Yeah, man, I crank it up, and you'd probably punch my arm right now if you saw this tear rolling down on my face. Hey, man, I'm trying to be tough. Mama asked me this morning if I'd been by your grave. But that flag and stone ain't where I feel you anyway. I drive your truck, I roll every window down, and I burn up every back road in this cuffs, the parade, I've said goodbye. Shook my fist, and that's kinda why. These days when I'm missing you this much, I drive your truck, I roll every window down, I burn up every back road in this town. I find to feel, I'm telling love to all the pain.
Yep, this was mentioned last night. I remember him talking about it.
Sometimes I drive your truck. I drive your truck. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind. I drive your truck.
Hello, Rebecca. Good to have you here. Dad's asking a lot. No echo, full screen. Yeah, I'll get this figured out eventually. At least we accomplished one thing. Sure, why not? After I get this set up, I probably should go start my generator because my battery's starting to get low. I don't want to let it get too low.
MDX, a new era of premium performance. Visit your New England Acura dealer for attractive offers on the MDX.
We're looking into sexual harassment in Hollywood. We used to work for Harvey Weinstein. We have allegations of harassment and assault. I said no so many times. How close are they to going on the record?
I could never settle down too far away from my hometown.
Well, first I have to go get the generator started. Then I'll be right back, and I'll do that.
We're in Butch Cassidy's old house. We're just gonna get some gold coins out of here, and then we'll be headed out. Fred Hayes. Rest in peace, my friend. Thank you for sharing this great part of history with us. All right, guys. So last night we stayed with a subscriber. You saw her signing the bus this morning. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. She let us come take a shower and everything. And then we just met up with another subscriber, and she bought us lunch and hooked us up with a bunch of goodies and a bunch of goodies for the friends back home. So I really don't have a lot of room to put stuff in the Volkswagen, but one of them was a Chevrolet sign, so I couldn't turn it down, you know.
And a peach pie.
Oh, and a peach pie. Yeah, we got some Utah t-shirts and hats and stuff.
They let on the rest and Chevy back at me. Makes me think of my baby coming home to me. Down the riverside flowing, flowing. She's still there. I can't see where she's going, but I hope it's me. Life ain't what it seems. There's still a part of me that's trying. Come lay on my chest. You can find a little rest from hiding. Don't let this go. Don't let it fall away.
started UFOs 10 years ago with one sandal, and today people can get into UFOs with 70 different choices. We were with another bank. We had no desire to change, but once we started to meet the people at M&T and see what they could do for us, it was something we knew was the right thing to do. As our company was growing,
Okay. Took me a few minutes longer than I expected. Got out there to start my generator. I need to put some oil in it. Forgot to take the oil with me. Read your comments here. Yeah, that's what Eddie and Gary do all the time. They show little clips from people's videos and stuff to promote them. Yeah, that worked out good. Thank you, Brett. I appreciate that. You taught me something. Yeah, my battery was getting down pretty low. This laptop here, if the battery gets below 20%, it could shut off at any time. And it was down 30-some percent, so I didn't want to let it get much lower. Well, at least now I know how to do that. I'll probably forget it by the next time, but I'll give it a shot. In my other laptop, that holds up nice. But this one, I like to use this one for the live because it's got a bigger screen, so it's easier. And plus, I like the camera on it better, too. And I can follow along with the chat better with this because it's bigger. But the other laptop, that's a newer one. But it's got a smaller screen, so chat's smaller on it and stuff. I know not everyone comments, but that's fine. I got both of my laptops at Rent-A-Center. The bigger one is ASUS. Not sure properly pronounced that. Everyone pronounces it a little different. And then my newer, smaller one is an Acer. I'm still paying on that one. I got a lot left on that. Well, maybe this month I'll get my full 20 hours used up in StreamYard. I'm at 5 hours right now. And I'd already used some of it. I don't know if I set it after you got on here, and I don't think I did. Next Sunday, I'm going to be doing a Halloween theme. Anything to do with Halloween. I'm going to put the link up for people to come on, show off your costume, your kids' costumes, decorations in your house, decorations in your yard, your jack-o'-lantern, tell a Halloween story, just anything to do with Halloween. So, thought that might be kind of fun. Yeah, it'll be next Sunday, 6:30 Eastern. If it's anything like most of my lives, they'll be going on for a while. You do that Saturday, and then Sunday, you're on my live. Yeah, actually, you get pretty good with the free StreamYard. I'm happy with that. 20 hours is a lot. In fact, when it renewed this month, I went on and did a live the last day to use up some more hours. So, because if I waited an extra day, then I would be on this month's. Oh, yeah, I understand that. But spread the word with all your goofy buddies there. Because if anyone's available, I'll have the link there. Because I'm sure you guys can come good costumes. Jeff can put costumes on his cats. Yeah, Brett knows who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Mike, Jeff. Yeah, I hope so too. I want to get down that way. I really hope something works out next year. Yep, you got it, Dee Dee. Well, I doing owner finance on some land in Tennessee. I'm way behind on the payments because I've been out of work for almost a year and a half now. So hopefully I can get that worked out. I have someone that might be interested in making a deal on the property, get the payments caught up for me, and then I'll be able to use the property, and then they'll have it to use for camping for right now, and then eventually property be left to them. I have to see if I can work out that deal with him, and then if that works out, I'll be moving that property. If not, I'm going to have to do something. Because I don't want them just to take the property, because I've got over $6,000 invested in it. But if it doesn't work out to get there, then I'll probably look for some property in Arkansas, see if I can find anything real cheap. It's in Hardin County in Savannah. It's about 25 miles north of where Tennessee, Mississippi, and Alabama all come together. It's not far from the Tennessee River. I've never been to Tennessee myself. This was all done online. And I did a lot of research on different areas before I bought the property. Yeah, it looks like it is. I'll have to, in fact, I just came across some pictures I have of the property because I'm not good at going back and finding pictures that are stored on OneDrive and stuff. Okay, Brett, I'll do that. Yeah, I'll send you an email. But yesterday I just happened to come across some pictures that I had saved on my phone from years ago, and they went to OneDrive and stuff, and it came back as a look back at, and it was from a few years back. Yeah, I got to get something figured out here because it's a mess trying to find anything. When I did my video last week of clipped my first 100 videos, I had quite a time with that because I didn't get what I wanted, but at least I got a video out, clipped my first 100 videos. Because by the time I download something from OneDrive, well, that's not the clip I was looking for, and because I'm just not organized when it comes to stuff like that. Well, I'm not organized, period. But hopefully someday, because I've been saying that for years and nothing's changed. But eventually, I want to do some upgrading, and I think it'll help if I get a better computer or a better laptop. Anyone have any other questions? Yeah, I did have to get a second laptop because I was using just the one laptop when I first started. And then all of a sudden, one night, just everything froze up on me. No, I don't. That's something else I want to look into. I've got more storage on my newer computer than I have on here. Yeah, I've had to do that a few times too, Brett. Well, not really a room, just out away from the table a little ways. That's the beauty of sitting outside in the dark. Yeah, I had real nice computer a few years ago, but don't have it anymore. I'll probably be consulting with you before I buy anything. Actually, I have thought about that, but I've heard of some horror stories about YouTube deleting videos that I'm afraid if they did that, then they'd be gone forever. I just said to Brett that I would consult with him before I buy a computer, if that's the comment you were talking about. Okay. Yeah, that's unfortunate to lose everything like that. You know, I was reading that about some little big companies that were in the World Trade Center. They had very little information was lost. The only information that was lost was the business that they had done that day of the attack. Because every night, most of the businesses in there would back their stuff up in 3 different locations. 3 different off-site locations. So, even if something happened to a couple of the sites, they still had other places that it was backed up. I paid a little bit of extra to get more space on OneDrive, but that's still going to be limited. I've got to figure something out. And right now I'm saving all of my video and all the video clips that I have and all my videos. So I probably don't really need both of those. Because except for some of the long clips that I did, like when I built the chicken coop, I just set the camera up and let it run for like an hour and a half and then took out what I wanted. But most of the clips I do, the animals and the trees and stuff, I use probably, I would say 90% of that. unless something really doesn't turn out good. So in my YouTube videos, I've got probably 90% of what I'm recording is in there anyways. So that's why I say I really don't know if I would need to save all the clips also. Yeah, I used to take a lot of pictures when I was younger. I used my father's 110 when I was real young, and then I got a 35 millimeter. And then later on, I upgraded to a better 35 millimeter that I bought myself, and I used to take pictures all the time. And I don't have any of those anymore. Yeah, all my photo albums are all gone. I had a couple photo albums under my bed, and I had a pipe under the floor that a mouse cubed through. It was plastic piping that they have in trailers. And it started leaking up through the floor. So I never even knew that I had a leak under there. And of course, you know what happens to a picture when it gets wet. And then I did have one album that was still in good shape. And then that ended up being in my house when the county took that over for back taxes years ago. And my car broke down. I didn't have a way to get back to that property to get anything out of the house. And that was right when I first started having these real bad back problems. So it was taking me a lot longer to get anything out than it should have. And I had a storage unit that I just got and wanted to get some of the stuff out and get it in the storage unit, and it didn't happen. Yep. I know what you mean there. And I had stuff in my mom and dad's attic. They've been in there since I was a kid. And my father said, oh, just leave it there. That's fine. You don't have to take that right now. And then it ended up staying there for years. I didn't take it. And then my dad died, and then eventually my mom died. And then I couldn't get a lot of the stuff that I had in the house there. They wouldn't let me take. And I had a trunk in there with all the ribbons I'd won at the county fair. I used to show cattle at the county fair. All my ribbons were in there. All my ribbons from all the vegetables that I took to the fair, flowers. So I don't have any little ribbons anymore. And I had some old metal trucks. There was a Napa tractor trailer, and I believe there was a Napa pickup. And then I had some other ones. My father said, well, keep them right in the attic. Those are going to be worth some money someday. And it's dry up there. Good place for them. They were all there. I couldn't get them. I don't know if I ever told you, I think my real serious back problems originated back in 1996 when I fell off a fire truck and shattered my T12 vertebrae. You know, I sure don't need a bigger house with the stuff I have now. Yeah, and I couldn't get anything out of the garage because I didn't have a garage. So, plus, I lived with my mom after my dad died, so all my tools were in there, except the very few tools that I had in my van, which wasn't many. I had a brand new bicycle in there. So, lost all of that. So, basically, I'm in the process of starting right over from nothing now. Yep, I shattered my T12. Thank you, DD. And then at some point, I had a compression fracture of L2. And the last time I had an MRI, they said I had a semi-old compression fracture of L5. No, it wasn't a fire. It's just my brother wouldn't let me take the stuff. He was executor, and he wouldn't let me take hardly anything. One of my therapists told me that the compression fracture of L5 that they discovered in December probably was probably a good share of my pain. Yeah, I haven't talked to any of my brothers in years. I have no desire to. Yeah, your back's never going to heal, that's for sure. I found that out. Right now, I have, I don't know, 3 or 4 discs that are pushed out into the right side. So that's affecting the nerve going down my right leg. And that's giving me a lot of issues. It's sorry to hear that, Brett. Glad he was good. What are they saying? Yeah, I don't really take any pain meds. I'm supposed to be taking gabapentin, but I ran out of it, and I got to get set up with a different primary doctor because the primary doctor is the one that prescribed that to me last. They probably would do it at Pain Management. In fact, they told me at Pain Management a couple of years ago that I could transfer the prescription to them, but I don't see them too often. But as far as actual pain meds, I take some acetaminophen occasionally. I can't take ibuprofen because of the gastric bypass surgery I had a few years ago. And there's some other ones that I can't take because of the gastric bypass surgery also. They said anything that they would give me is something I can't take. I can't take any NSAIDs or something else. I can't take prednisone. That name is looking kind of familiar. My landlord's girlfriend's mother is in the same condition I am. She's got back issues and she had gastric bypass surgery, so she can't take a lot of medicines. And I almost think that's the one that she told me she's on. But I'm not 100% sure. The last time I was at pain management, I'd been taking anywhere from 2 to 4 acetaminophen tablets a day. So between 1,000 and 2,000 milligrams. I've been taking it for about 3 weeks, and they told me, no, don't do that. They said that was going to destroy my liver if it already hadn't done damage to my liver. They said that can only be taken for a very short period of time. I probably should write that down and then ask about that. Now I know what fell a few minutes ago with my pen. ENTAZOACI. Okay, now I got that written down. Because if I don't forget, I'm going to call tomorrow and try to get an appointment set up with a new doctor. I have the worst trouble with doctors. I had a real good primary that I really liked. He was good. He retired. They put me with another one. Well, she was at a different medical center. It was the same company, but it was a different medical center. Well, I saw her a few times, really got to like her. She was good. And then she went to the school-based clinic they have. And then shortly after that, she left entirely. And then they were supposed to put me with whoever replaced her, and they never did. So now I'm going to call another facility in the same network because I had a real good recommendation on a doctor there and see if he'll take me. Yeah, a lot of them are dicks, that's for sure. And that's what sucks. You get a good one, then they disappear. Just like the orthopedist did surgery on my back in 1996. And I had different doctors telling me that he was the best one I could have had to do the surgery. So a few years later, what does he do? He leaves. Um, it helps with the pain, but what it does, it's supposed to numb the nerves so I don't feel the pain. Not really a pain medicine, but because of what it did to the nerves, it did help some. Yep, all about the money. That's all some of them care about. Yep, same thing here, Brett. I've had injections 4 different times. The first time they did it, I had almost 100% relief for 1 week. And then pain came back worse than ever. And then I had 3 other injections, and anywhere from a couple weeks. One lasted up to about 6 weeks, but none of them was any great help. It helped a little bit for a very short period of time. I'll have to check into that. I have to check into the wild lettuce. I know I need to learn more about that stuff. Yep. Standing's a problem. Walking. I live about, I would say, by the time you come back the driveway and back over to my camper, it's probably about 300 feet from the road. And I have a very hard time walking out to the road and walking back. Just walking out or just walking back. Like when I go to physical therapy, I can walk out to the road without too much problem. When I get home, I can walk back without too much problem. But before I got my P.O. box and I was still getting my mail delivered here, I had trouble walking out to the mailbox and coming back. Yep, same here. Some days aren't too bad, and some days are terrible. And a lot of it, for me, is weather related, too. Like when we went through the last part of August and most of September, where it was just almost constantly raining every day, I was in so much pain during that time. Yeah, same thing here. I've got I wake up a lot during the night. I got to reposition. Not as bad the last week though. 'Cause ever since I started using that lawn tractor, I haven't ridden my bike since a week ago today. I should start unhook the trailer and just ride the bike up and down the road for 10, 15 minutes just for a little exercise. But ever since I quit riding that to the store and post office and stuff and started using the lawn tractor, that has made a big difference too. I'm sleeping longer at night now. I'm only waking up maybe 2 or 3 times during the night and having to reposition. And I'm not in as much pain during the day. I still stiffen up and can't move as good as I'd like, but it has gotten better. Yep, I gotta keep moving, reposition. And you probably know I'm moving around in my chair here quite a bit. I just gotta move around a little bit and bet I have to reposition. And I can't stand long at all. Like when I went to the store Friday, there was a woman I used to work with was in there. And I stopped to talk to her. I know it wasn't 5 minutes. It probably was more like 3 minutes. No longer than 3 minutes, I would say. Probably 2 or 3 minutes. And boy, I just cannot stand there any longer. Well, you go ahead and eat your crickets. I'll pass. I don't seem to do too bad walking around the store, pushing a shopping cart. But I do need the shopping cart. I can't just walk around the store. I've tried that before. Even if I'm only going in and get 1 or 2 items that's some light that I can carry, I still take the cart because if it's the other end of the store, I just can't do it. Yeah, I'm definitely doing stuff different now than I used to, that's for sure. And I don't dare go without my cane now. Because I've tried a couple times to walk short distances without it. And then something will happen and I've almost fallen a couple times. Because sometimes I'll just have some weakness in my right leg and it'll just give out on me. Yeah, that's one thing when I had the surgery on my back in 1996. That doctor said absolutely no back brace. Well, I had the hard plastic brace that I had to be in until it healed up. And then after that, he said nothing. Because the nurse said, well, since it was an injury with the fire department, it was through workers' comp. And workers' comp had a nurse that they sent to all my doctor's appointments. And she was asking the doctor about a back brace. And he said, no, absolutely not. He said, back brace would do more harm than good. He said that when you wear a back brace, it gives you a false sense of security, and you'll end up picking up more than you should, or bend in a direction you shouldn't bend or something, because you're not feeling the pain right then, but you're doing the damage to your back. And he said in the long run, that's the worst thing you can do. And when I started PT, when they started taking me out of my back brace, and then it was, I got out of it pretty quick then, because I hated that thing. Because the edges of it, even though it had, I can't remember exactly what it was, but something around the edge of the hard plastic you're supposed to cushion it, it still would cut into my skin. Yeah, they want the money. That's for sure. I want some chicken pot pie. Bring me some, Brett. Yeah, sometimes I buy those little banquet chicken pot pies at Dollar General. They've gone up so much. They used to be $1. Now they're $1.50 the last time I bought one. Yay. See, I had a can of soup. I had a complete. And then I had 2 slices of toast. And a couple slices of bread when I had my soup also. Yep. Good kitty. Wish my cat would hunt a little better. I've got something in my camper. I'm not sure. I've seen some mouse droppings, but I've heard something chewing under my bed. But I'm not sure if it's actually under my bed or if it's under the floor. But it sounds like something big chewing. It sounds like a rat. So I'm thinking it may be under the floor. I had one cat that was real good about catching mice, but she died last year. And the rest of the cats aren't so great. I do have another one that it's a granddaughter of the one that died last year. I think she's going to be the next good mouser. Because when I heard that under my bed the other day, she was looking around and trying to find a way to it. Could be a squirrel. That's why I don't like to leave electric on, because this camper used to sit in the woods. I'm pretty sure that it was used as a hunting camp. And I know that there was mice and rats and stuff in it. I'm just afraid of the wire. And even though I've got no reason to believe that any of the wiring's been chewed, it just scares me. I want to get a dog someday. I've always had a dog up until Sparky died. Be 4 years ago next month. You know, when I was a kid, we had what my father figured was a mole had chewed on the electrical line that went into the barn. It was an underground line, and right where it came up through the door, it had been chewed on. And we had a lot of moles that year, so he figured that probably was a mole that did that. Well, I guess the three people must just be the three of us. Because I've got this laptop over here playing on YouTube, so I think that's going to count me and then you two. Yeah, we put everyone else to sleep. Yeah, it's starting to get a little chilly out here, but not too bad. It's still 54 degrees. No one's commenting. Oh, there, Dee Dee, now you commented right after I said that. You know, at some point, you probably could have a non-wired house. More and more stuff is becoming wireless. It might not be in the near future, but I bet you eventually it will be coming. What are you doing going to bed this early? It's only 11:23 at your place. It's after midnight here. And I got to try to stay up on Tuesday night and Thursday night this week. I didn't do too good last week. I like to watch Eddie and Gary when they do their good cop, bad dog show. I just started watching it on Tuesday night last week and fell asleep. Then on Thursday, Jan was on, and I fell asleep during her live and never did see Eddie and Gary. Yeah, they're great. I watch them all the time. Yeah, that's the nice thing about what I do. I can set my own hours. You figure up all the hours that I'm filming, editing videos, uploading videos, doing lives, being in other people's lives, watching videos. That's all part of my job. I put a lot of hours in a week. It just had me going on that noisy neighbor the first day at his new house before he announced that it was Drew. Well, thanks for stopping in, Dee Dee. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's unfortunate, but hope you get back to the point where you need soon. Yep. Okay, thank you. Yeah, when he was shooting his guns off and revving his engine and stuff, I had no idea that was a setup. And then when he said, well, I just heard the neighbor's front door shut. I'm going to go see if I can catch a glimpse of him. And then Drew goes out to the mailbox and waits, because I didn't know it was Drew at the time. And I'm thinking, boy, Jeff, you're going to be sorry you said all this stuff. I think he actually wants to be a friendly guy. And then I find out that it was Drew the whole time. Yeah, that was good. I had absolutely no idea. Of course, at that point, I didn't really know Drew anyways. Because I was just starting to watch Jeff at that time. I think. Yeah, that was just about the time I started watching him. And I didn't even know that you guys existed at that time. Didn't know Mike. So I got to know all of you guys through Jeff. And then thanks to Drew's travels over the summer, then I got to know a few more people. Like I would never have met Mike and Terry if it wasn't for Drew being on their live. And same thing with Tree Haven. Is it Jesse? Same thing with him. Would never have met him if it wasn't for Drew. And Wiley, and I can't think of her name. And she was just on last night too. Same thing there. But this is a great community, that's for sure. Well, yeah, he is. Cutting a lot of trees there. Well, since we're all about ready for bed, and I've been on over 6 hours now, I think it might be time to end this. And I'll send you an email, Brett, with my contact information in it. Well, thanks for everything. Appreciate you being on here. I appreciate you teaching me some stuff. It's been fun. Yep, definitely. I think you were chatting on here earlier when I had the chicken on. Had him on for about an hour. I like him. He's really trying. Okay, I'll send you that contact information, and I'll talk to you soon. Have a good night.